I call to order the Open Space Board of Trustees meeting of April 10, 2019. The first item on the agenda is a happy one to welcome a very familiar smiling face. So Dave, welcome aboard, and your first responsibility is to take the oath of office. Take it away.
So I'm going to read this. I don't have it memorized. I, David Kuntz, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America and of the State of Colorado and the Charter and Ordinance of the City of Boulder, and faithfully perform the duties of the office of a member of the Open Space Board of Trustees, which I am about to enter. Thank you. As I look out onto the crowd, I am gratified to see the support for the swearing in. You should also remember there is more meetings, so please stay as long as you can for the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. One note on the agenda is that item 4B, which would have been the update on the memorandum of understanding with the Boulder Open Space Conservancy, is now off the agenda, and we'll pick that up at our May meeting because some key people associated with that item weren't able to be here tonight. The next item on the agenda is election of officers. We have 3 officers, a chair, a vice chair, and a secretary. Let me just, as the presiding chair, let me say, I have enjoyed being chair, would be happy to serve again if that is the wish of the board, but also happy not to if that is also the wish of the board. I think after doing this doing this twice now, I've sort of got the hang of it, but if someone else strongly wishes, I have no problem passing it to them as well. So no campaign speeches from me. But I'll open it up to nominations.
I would like to nominate Tom Isaacson to serve as chair of the board of the Open Space Board of Trustees for the coming year.
Okay. Does that get a second?
Second. Oh, yeah.
All right. Does anyone want to nominate anyone else? Okay, I guess not. Then all in favor? Okay, well, that's unanimous.
And I'll just point out, in addition,
And thank you.
You bet.
I think.
Thank you. Yeah.
You won't thank. That in addition to how well Tom has served in the last year, this also gets us back onto a 5-year cycle, which I think is a good thing, where traditionally board members have served as chair in their last year, and we got out of that sequence, and I think it's useful to be back in that sequence.
Yeah, I agree with that. And
Are we ready to go to vice chair?
yes.
I'd like to nominate Kurt Brown for vice chair.
And I'll second that. Any other nominations for vice chair? Okay, then all in favor of Kurt Brown serving as vice chair for the next year. Right? That too is unanimous. And for secretary, Leah, you are still interested in continuing to serve? No, and genuinely, I am very appreciative of the work that you've done. I think you've done an incredible job, and I'd be thrilled to nominate you for another year as secretary.
I would second that. I thought we nominated her for life.
Okay. Does anyone want to nominate anyone else for secretary? Nope. Then all in favor of Leah Case serving as our secretary for the next year? All right, unanimous it is. All right,
Thank you, Leah.
thank you. So the next item is approval of the minutes of the March 27, 2019 meeting, of which 3 of us were present. I don't have any changes. Do either of you? No? Then do we have a motion to approve?
I'll move to approve the minutes as presented.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, it's done. All right. The next item is public comment for items not identified for a public hearing. The only item that is listed for the public hearing is on the prairie dog issue. But I noticed that of the people who have signed up for other issues, 3 of you wish to speak about Wonderland Lake. We're going to have a staff presentation that will provide an update on Wonderland Lake, and it's going to come as soon as public comment is over with. So you are more than welcome, if you don't want to speak now, but would rather wait till you get the benefit of the staff presentation, have heard that, and then can factor that into your comments, you're certainly welcome to do so. But also, if it's your preference to speak now, you can also, whichever you prefer is fine with us. And then, as is our usual, I'll call a number of names so you can get prepared. Each person will get 3 minutes. I think one person has pooled and will get 5 minutes. We'd ask you at the beginning to give us your name and your address, and just be mindful of the lights. The yellow light means you've got 30 seconds, and the red light means your time is up, and please wrap up as quickly as you can. So we begin with Barbie James, then Haley Hawkins, and Grant Wilson.
Hi, my name is Barbie James, and I live at 548 Utica Court on Wonderland Lake, and I've lived there for 35 years, going on 35 years. And I've had quite a few neighbors pretty upset that it's even on an agenda right now, going, we thought this was tabled until 2020, and they want to know what's going on, and they're not feeling that people are being transparent to them and letting them know enough of what's happening. And I thought that was the issue like 2 months ago, and I guess it's still an issue with people. So people want to know why it's on the agenda. And I just wanted to speak a little bit about what I've seen, the changes at Wonderland Lake. Being a person that's lived there from when Utica was a dirt road. It was just being paved as I moved in. It was the last street in the city limits. It was a beautiful place. I really appreciate what you've done at the trail, because then you couldn't even take my stroller with my 9-month-old baby on the trail when I first moved in there, and I really appreciate that. The amount of people is grown tremendously in the 35 years. I cannot go down my street without waiting as cars have to stop and bypass one another because of all the cars that park on Utica Avenue to go to the lake. So we already have a congested traffic issue. We have lost a lot of birds. It was started as a bird sanctuary when I moved there. I was told by Jim Leach this is going to be a bird sanctuary. We're losing birds. There's so many people, so much noise, and so much happening on the lake. Deer. We used to have herds of deer. We don't have herds of deer anymore. We have a few straggling deer. There's too many people. Noise. Last summer, I heard a young girl screaming on the hillside at 10 o'clock at night, I need my $20. I need my $20. We got to go back up there. I wanted to yell at her, I'll give you the $20 if you'll stop screaming. God, I mean, it's like we have enough people on Wonderland Lake already. And, I just want to say that more than anything, talk to us before decisions are made. And it feels like people are still not letting everyone know what's going on. People are upset about not knowing that this was on the agenda tonight, anything about Wonderland. Because as you know, people are very upset about this issue. And we really need people to communicate with us. I've never had any communication directly from the county, and there's only one other person I know that's lived on Utica longer than me. And I haven't seen any communication personally to me, and I did send a letter to a woman when this was in the paper originally, an email. I never heard anything back. And when I got to the meeting at the rec center, I was not allowed in because it was too crowded. And I think this is a very serious issue, and we need to plan a little bit better for all of the citizens. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Barbie. Haley Hawkins.
Hi, thank you. My name is Haley Hawkins, and I live at 36997 Boulder Canyon Drive. I am a board member of Boulder Rights of Nature, and I also serve as the Southern Rockies field representative for the Endangered Species Coalition. But tonight, I'm here as a member of the Boulder community. And this comment is in regards to the OSMP draft principle or draft guiding principles of the Open Space Master Plan. In my work, I guess it's kind of an occupational hazard that every day I get to hear about a species that's gone extinct, or a whale that is washed up on shore with dozens of pounds of plastic in its stomach, or an endangered lynx getting hit by a car or caught in a leg hold trap and dying. And I think because of that, like, I'm sitting on the front lines of the 6th mass extinction, which we are experiencing worldwide. And we haven't experienced an extinction crisis like this since the dinosaurs, so hundreds of millions of years. And the difference is that we're the cause of this one. Now in Boulder, we're already doing really, really great things, and I'm so grateful to OSMP and OSBT for all of the hard work that you're doing. But unfortunately, and despite that hard work, we're not exempt from the ramifications of the 6th mass extinction. We're seeing a decline in northern harrier, northern leopard frog, American marten, white-tailed jackrabbit, Ayward squirrel, and the list goes on. But unprecedented problems call for unprecedented solutions. Now, in the master plan draft guiding principles, I have a copy right here. Under the include all voices in the process section, the last sentence says, plants and wildlife have fundamental rights that should be recognized and defended. And for the reasons previously stated, I fully support and applaud OSMP for including this statement in the guiding principles. Now, the wildlife we're losing are precious and are integral to human health and well-being, and they make our recreation opportunities what they are in Boulder. And as one individual, I can only do so much. We need decision makers like you and our elected officials to be brave and support statements like this one. Again, radical and unprecedented problems require unprecedented solutions. So for this reason, I want to express that I support the sentence that I read previously, and also, if this sentence creates any kind of concern for any of you, we want to let you know that we would also support something that says something such as native ecosystems and their species. So native ecosystems and their species have fundamental rights that should be recognized and defended. That's one example. And also, the master plan is not legally binding, so to my knowledge, there shouldn't be any legal ramifications to this, including this sentence, except for that we are changing the way we look at our environment in Boulder and being a leader in the country. So thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Haley. Grant Wilson, then Terry Starman and Drew Simon. And Grant has 5.
Thank you, Open Space Board of Trustees, for the opportunity to comment. My name is Grant Wilson. My address is 1055 Cannon Street in Louisville. I am the directing attorney of Earth Law Center and also a member of the board of Boulder Rights of Nature. And I am here today to support the inclusion of rights of nature within the guiding principles of the OSMP Master Plan. But first, I want to give you a little background on rights of nature that you may or may not know. Rights of nature is a global movement to recognize that nature possesses certain fundamental rights. In the last decade, dozens of governments, including in the US and internationally, Ecuador, New Zealand, Colombia, India, have recognized rights for nature and of specific ecosystems like rivers, forests, and oceans. And why recognize the rights of nature? Recognizing the rights of nature challenges this false notion that's embedded into our legal systems and also our minds that nature is just property. Instead, it recognizes that nature is a living entity that possesses rights to life, to restoration, to biodiversity. It challenges the notion that slowing down the rate of degradation of our environment is good enough, and instead promotes a notion of holistic ecosystem health as its ultimate goal. And it's not just me who believes in this. Who else supports the rights of nature? Well, many of the over 200 people that we had come to our recent Boulder Rights of Nature Symposium, which for our grassroots event is like Woodstock. That's crazy. There's thousands of lawyers worldwide, heads of state, Supreme Court justices like in Colombia, almost all indigenous peoples, and let us not forget nature itself if we take the time to listen. Now let's get back to the OSMP Master Plan. Currently, one of the guiding principles includes a sentence on which states that plants and wildlife have fundamental rights that should be recognized and defended. And first, I commend you for having the foresight to include this sentence, which I am in support of. But if there is any concern over it, I do think this language can be refined. And let me clarify. The reason is that rights of nature is not about any one plant or animal. Nobody in the movement is arguing to protect one specific tree, for example. Rights of nature is and always has been about promoting holistic ecosystem health, so taking a broad perspective. And the whole ecosystem approach of rights of nature is distinct from, for example, animal rights, which is about protecting a single animal based on its sentience, the fact that it feels pain, or other reasons. And you could make clear in the master plan that what we're talking about is the rights of native ecosystems and whole native species populations, not an individual plant or animal. And we could refine the language, if you so choose, to something like what Haley Hawkins proposed, or Steve Jones has also proposed some language that I believe he sent, which states that native ecosystems and their native species populations have the right to exist and flourish in the Boulder Valley. Boulder Open Space and Mountain Parks will develop conservation plans for locally threatened species and, where feasible, reintroduction plans for locally extirpated species. Regarding the ongoing discussion about prairie dog management, any citywide prairie dog conservation or management plan that maintains healthy prairie dog colonies and associated vertebrate species populations would meet the rights of nature. We understand that some management of wildlife populations is necessary to maintain healthy ecosystems. We do believe the reintroduction of black-footed ferrets would help with this effort. Again, I would like to reassure everyone that the goal of the rights of nature is to create a thriving community for both ecosystems and humans. Communities like Santa Monica have taken this positive approach of giving nature a seat at the table in decision-making and incorporating nature's DNA into societal life. So in conclusion, while it's just a couple of sentences, you have the opportunity here to plant a seed that provides a source of hope and pride for Boulder. You can act boldly in defense of our planet, as Boulder has always done. And I appreciate your consideration of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Grant. Terry Starman and Drew Simon.
Hi. My name's Terry Starman, and I live at 945 Rainley Lane, and I've been there for about 29 years. I've been in Boulder since about 1967. Let's see, I'm here to make a statement relative to Wonderland Lake. I know you have received acknowledgements and appreciation, including my own, for listening to the community concerns about the Wonderland Lake ISP and making changes to the plan to align with the majority's wishes. I would like to recognize some of the people on staff who were instrumental in the Wonderland Lake community outreach process. First, Philip Yates, who posts notices, do we know him? I think so, yeah, on nextdoor.com. Philip's posts have alerted the community to the Wonderland Lake ISP meetings and the survey, providing some of the much-needed community outreach and feedback. Second, Jarrett Roberts, who addressed concerns about the conditions of Sawhill Ponds Wildlife Preserve. Sawhill is an alternative to those looking for the types of facilities included in the Wonderland Lake ISP. For example, the fishing dock, picnic facilities, shade structures, as it has all of these plus bathrooms. When I visited the park in January, though, the structures were in need of repair. After submitting a concern about this, Jarrett said OSMP facilities staff would work on securing funds for repairs at Sawhill. So thank you for that. Third, a huge thank you to Allison Eklund for her role in the community outreach process. She has been receptive, responsive, available to the community throughout the process. The extra time, effort, and patience to engage the appropriate resources and provide individual responses for all of the questions and concerns she received is commendable. I am truly grateful for her involvement and feel fortunate she is our community liaison. So thank you. Finally, I would like to recognize the OSMP rangers that address violations at Wonderland Lake. Between homeless camps, off-leash dogs, waiting, alcohol consumption, activity on the south side, and so on and so forth, I don't know how they do it, much less with pleasant attitudes and smiles. Enforcement is not glamorous or easy. Hats off to all of them, and please continue your efforts and actions knowing so many people in the community are deeply appreciative. I look forward to participating in this year's community engagement process for Wonderland Lake and supporting the commemorative name change to Wonderland Lake Wildlife Sanctuary. I urge OSMP to comply with Lisa Morzell's directive to restore the signs that depicted Wonderland Lake as a wildlife sanctuary, as they served the OSMP purpose well for decades. I also suggest, prior to proposing opening the lake for wading, a thorough review of the lake water quality is performed, a professional assessment made of the health, safety, and wildlife impact this action would have, and both results are presented to the public during the engagement windows and available on the OSMP website. Thank you for your consideration and the opportunity to speak.
Yeah. Thank you, Terry. And last is Drew Simon. Oh, next one.
Thank you. I'm Drew Simon. I live at 425 Quail Circle in Boulder. I've been in Boulder 38 years, and I have to say, in that time, I've had the privilege to enjoy Wonderland Lake, not quite on a daily basis, but frequently over that time frame. First, here's what I'm not here to tell you. I don't have to tell you how special Wonderland Lake is. You know that. Or the impact of increased usage. The importance of preserving Boulder's wildlife sanctuaries, which are few. Something we all know and we've acknowledged is that we're loving our natural spaces to death. I am here to speak to one issue, and it's something that I heard in the public meeting at North Boulder Rec Center. The proponents of these so-called improvements to Wonderland Lake are suggesting that we need these changes to allow our kids to experience nature, to get their hands dirty. I'm a father of 3. I think that's a laudable goal. You know better than I do that Boulder has over 150 miles of trails. We have thousands of acres of open space, reservoirs. We have Boulder Reservoir, El Dorado Springs. I mean, the list goes on in terms of the ability for kids to get outside. I raised 3 kids. They're now young adults, all of whom love, respect nature, wildlife, and the environment. We had absolutely no problem getting them dirty, wet, funky, muddy, about as crazy as kids want to get in nature. And they did not need to do it in a protected wildlife sanctuary. I assume that we're all familiar with the lesson of not allowing the camel's nose under the tent. And that's exactly the concern with some of the proposals that have been suggested. And I want to just mention one simple one. Now, maybe this is off the table, and you can stop me if it is. The suggestion of a wading area off of the peninsula. When does wading become swimming? When do kids' water wings become rafts and pool toys? Are dogs allowed to swim? Are dogs allowed to and wade? Or are we going to throw balls out and allow them to fetch? What's the environmental impact of these suggestions? Are we going to have a beach area for people to dry off? And who's monitoring all of that? I'm not a grumpy guy. I think kids should be out there to enjoy nature. But what I'm asking is that OSMP not underestimate or sugarcoat or rationalize the environmental impacts of some of these proposals. I think Wonderland Lake needs some maintenance. The fence could use improving. We could use more frequent ranger visits, but it does not need improving. It simply needs protection. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Drew. And then Amanda Crandall.
Hi, my name's Amanda Crandall. I live at 935 Rain Lily Lane. I'm actually fairly new to Boulder, although I've been coming here since 1987 when my parents moved here. I've watched Boulder really, really grow. I'm here to talk about Wonderland Lake, and unfortunately, much of what I wrote down to say, I think was just said. But I will also say that I came here from New York City, which, and my kids, my older son's going to college for environmental studies next year, and he loves nature. So we didn't have a beautiful lake like this for my son to play in growing up, and he loves nature. So I just wanted to say that. But I wanted to say thank you for considering the overwhelming comments at the meeting in the winter and committing not to put the piers and boardwalks and other such built structures and items up at Wonderland Lake. I would ask that there had been talk of a hard surface wading area in the water, and I would ask that that would also be off the table. I feel that wading in a lake like Wonderland Lake without any form of lifeguard on duty, much like the pier, presents a drowning hazard for people and liability for the citizens of Boulder. Wading and swimming in the water also presents hazards to wildlife, such as the frogs and toads that put their eggs right at the edge of the lake. Because of our high altitude, I think that people here are extra concerned about sunscreen than maybe people in a lower altitude. And so those people who might be wandering into the lake will also be wearing sunscreen. I think that sunscreen has been implicated as a large factor for the death of the coral reefs because the chemicals in sunscreen are not good for coral. I would ask that if you are really considering any type of wading or people and animals going in the water, that a study be made that studies whether sunscreen is going to be damaging to the fish and the frogs and other amphibians that live in the water. And also if the water quality is even healthy for humans to be in. I personally would also ask that enforcement of the rules be stepped up at Wonderland Lake. There have been people going to the lake with toy motorboats and zooming them after the ducks. I know that the signs say no drones. I don't know if people understand that means no toy motorized boats. Since I've moved there, I originally was thrilled that dogs weren't off leash, but like every day I see these huge dogs romping off leash, and it seems that there's not ticketing of these types of things. And the last thing I wanted to say is that I understand there's a large budget cut coming from open space, and I really hope that money will be allocated for repairs and maintenance, such as every day I notice more and more of the fence breaking, and maybe a ranger at the lake to explain the rules to people. And it would be great if there was a ranger that could do nature walks or something, but as opposed to building and constructed items. So thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Amanda. And Michael Thomason.
Hello, I'm Michael Thomason, 530 South 43rd Street. I've been in the physics department at the university here for 40 years. I'm here tonight to speak to you in favor of rights of native species and ecosystems in the plan. I understand that the city attorney had some reservations about including rights for individual animals or plants. That has never been the focus for rights of nature, and to think that is a misdirection. We need to recognize the rights for our native species, native ecosystems, our watersheds. And this language had been added to the draft, not because some high-power lobbyist has asked to have it included, Your staff included that language because that's what they heard from the city in the meetings that you've held. The city is great about working on sustainability, mitigating climate change. I think that not as well understood is that for sustainability for humans, we must have a healthy ecosystem. We're not going to survive unless we are part of an ecosystem that is healthy. So let's add that to this plan. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Michael. And let me also just add, particularly for the three people, Michael, Grant, and Haley, who spoke to the rights of nature issue, the guiding principles will be a topic of our study session, which is taking place next Wednesday, starting at 5:30 over at the Hub. But because there is no public participation in a study session, it's entirely appropriate and welcome for you to express your views here, because you wouldn't have a chance to do that during the study session. But I did want you to be aware of the fact that the guiding principles, and possibly including this issue, will be a subject of our study session a week from now. So. With that, we close public comment on items not identified for a public hearing. And Dan, turn to matters from the department.
Yes, we're going to begin just in 1 minute with Wonderland Lake. I just want to, you kind of stole my show a little bit, just a couple of reminders of our study session next week, Wednesday at the Hub, as well as our joint partnership research symposium is going to be held a week from Friday on the 19th down in Jefferson County, and I believe it's at the Lakewood Cultural Center. Is Brian here? Am I getting a head nod on that? I'm getting a yes. So just a reminder on that all-day research symposium, which should be a great day and a great collaborative effort with Boulder County, City of Boulder, and Jefferson County, talking about research projects that have been completed. So with that, I would like to invite up Allison Eklund, our Community Relations Coordinator, who will give you an update on our process that we are designing to re-engage with the community over the course of the next year at Wonderland Lake. I do want to emphasize to address Barbie's issue that we did express to the community that we have taken all the draft actions that we are proposing to implement out at Wonderland Lake off the table for the year, and instead our focus for the year is to re-engage a community conversation. And that no implementation of any actions will be done in 2019. So I just want to be clear on that. And so with that, we have redesigned a community engagement process plan, and that's what Allison is here to give us a sneak peek at.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Allison Eklund, Community Relations Coordinator, and I am going to present the engagement plan for the Wonderland Lake Integrated Site Project. If there are any questions on the project itself, the planning supervisor, Mark Gershman, is right behind me now, and he can answer those. But I have a short presentation, so if we can get through that and then hold for questions at the end, that would be great. The purpose of the Wonderland Lake ISP is to identify physical programming and management actions in the Wonderland Lake area to protect and conserve natural resources, improve visitors' enjoyment, help youth and families connect with nature, and implement area-related goals in the North Trail Study Area Plan. It also will evaluate how best to make facility improvements at the Foothills Nature Center, which houses the Junior Rangers program, and look for ways this facility can support nature-based interpretive opportunities and educational programs. It will also consider a name change application for the lake area submitted by a community group. Engagement originally started in October 2018. During this time, staff heard constructive and valuable feedback from the community, including significant concerns for specific components of the preliminary concepts. After holding a listening session in January, the project and all engagement was paused. City Council discussed Wonderland Lake in February of this year and encouraged OSMP to spend the rest of this year engaging the public. Last winter, following the initial feedback, OSMP committed to removing the proposed pier and boardwalk from further consideration, setting aside the preliminary concepts that were initially proposed in the fall of 2018, and committed to spending the rest of 2019 in public engagement with no implementation until 2020. It is important to note, however, that work, including regular maintenance such as trail and fence repairs and the standing educational programs, will continue throughout this year. I want to point out that this engagement plan follows the city's engagement strategic framework and aligns with what we heard from the community on how they would like to be engaged going forward. This plan also allows the ideas from the community to guide the process throughout to get to the recommendations in the end. Oops. From the feedback the community gave on how they'd like to be engaged, and after consulting with Peak Facilitation, staff has developed an engagement plan that is intended to be iterative and honor what has already been heard while leaving space for new and different ideas. Opportunities for public input will be well publicized in advance through a variety of methods, including signs, mailings, web posts, and social media, including Nextdoor. The opportunities will be timed and located to meet a variety of schedules. Engagement objectives also include strengthening relationships with the community and building a shared understanding of the city charter purposes of open space and the goals of the North TSA for the Wonderland Lake area, and to share an understanding of how this engagement process will unfold. Objectives are also to result in alignment on a set of actions for the area and satisfaction with this process. Here's an engagement timeline that shows we'll start this spring with the first community meetings. The grayed out area is to give staff time to analyze the input from window 1, and it's also the final window for the master plan. The window 2 will be toward the end of the fall of 2019, and window 3 will start in early 2020, and the goal is to be back to the board with recommendations in the spring of 2020. Engagement window 1, setting the context and sharing ideas. So starting this June, we'll hold 2 duplicate meetings at 2 different times in 2 different locations, and that meeting will have the history of the Wonderland Lake area, a rundown of this engagement plan, and a presentation of all of the input that we've heard so far, plus the name change application that we've received. The meeting will then break into a World Cafe style meeting with facilitated table conversations based on themes of what we've heard to identify actions on ways to meet the goals of the North TSA, natural resource conservation improvement, and how best to improve the Foothills Nature Center. For those who can't attend these 2 meetings, comments can be sent in via email. Engagement window number 2, building a matrix of options. After the first engagement window, staff and/or consultants will take the feedback and design a matrix of options indicating common themes for the area, along with a range of actions to achieve those themes. And it will look something like this. Community members will be asked to select an approach for each theme and answer how their selection could fit together, what challenges they foresee, and how they would resolve those challenges. Instead of holding additional public meetings in this engagement window, the matrix cards will be available at different locations during open office hours where staff will be on hand to answer questions. Community members can come in to fill these out with staff there to answer questions, or the exercise will also be available online. Staff and/or consultants will compile and analyze the community input from those matrix cards, looking for popular items, patterns, and trends to come up with 1 or 2 packages of options for engagement window 3. In early 2020, OSMP will hold a meeting which will be a facilitated conversation with the community to present the package of options and recommend phasing and ask questions around any sticking points. Engagement window 4, Staff will refine the options and in spring of 2020, present the board with a preferred approach and a recommendation on the proposed name change for consideration. So I'm going to show the timeline one last time to show that we hope to get this first set of community meetings in June, be finishing up the matrix of options by the end of this year, be ready to hold a final meeting early 2020, and then have a recommendation to the board in spring of 2020.
Okay, anyone have any questions or comments for Allison?
Do you want to just say a word about the participation of Parks and Rec and transportation in this process?
I think Mark.
Stay up here if you want. Mark Gershman, Planning and Design Supervisor. So we've been in touch with Parks and Recreation around this project. As you know, they manage city parklands also adjacent to our property around the lake, and the city transportation department has a number of trails that intersect with the trails that we manage there. So they're aware of this project, and as we move through it, we'll continue our coordination with them and bring them along with us in terms of as the themes are identified, and be aware of the meetings. We've had nothing but a lot of support from Jeff Haley and his crew over in Parks Planning, and I'd say at this point there hasn't been a lot of conversations about specific actions, but as we move in that direction, they're aware of the board's considerations and feedback from the board and council on levels of infrastructure development that have been discussed, and so as we look as a city, as a One Boulder, to provide services to the community, there'll be opportunities for conversations about what things are best provided through our Parks and Recreation facilities, and how we can do that with our open space lands as well.
Thanks.
Any other? Oh, I'm curious, Allison, how many names do you have on the email list? I assume you have everyone who was at the North Boulder Rec Center. Is there a much larger list beyond that group?
Well, there's the larger list of the field notes emails that.
So this would go to the whole.
Right,
Okay.
to the whole field notes email list, which is a couple thousand. 2,500.
Okay.
And all of the names from the January 15th meeting are on that.
I had a couple of questions. Could you please speak to how the ISP process has changed once the project was paused in January? So basically, it feels like we've added another year to a timeline that may existed before, brought on a consultant that may not have been involved in the process before. Anyways, I'm just trying to figure out what the timeline and budgetary implications are of when council called to stop and we kind of started retooling the process.
Well, I can speak to the consultant. So the mention of peak facilitation, they were brought in to facilitate the January 15th listening session, and then help advise in the formation of this engagement plan. As far as using a consultant going forward, we may determine that we need to help with the input of the data, the data input and analyzing if there's not staff time for that, so that we haven't determined yet.
Okay.
But I don't know.
I would say from a staffing resource standpoint that it's probably a net neutral. I mean, right now, we probably would have envisioned ourselves more in design and construction type of mode with different staff. Yeah. And instead, we're utilizing planning staff and community relations staff at this point. So I don't see it as an additional staff capacity issue. We have needed to expand out the engagement process due to master planning engagements that we're doing and staffing that is needed for that, which is some overlap with staffing that's going to be involved in this project. Okay. So there was a little bit of scoping that had to be done to make this happen. This extended engagement process, there needed to be a little bit of scoping with the timeline. But other than that, there's not a big implication in terms of staff capacity.
Okay, Cool, thanks. Let me make sure I pick the right term for it. The matrix of options. Is this a process that has been used elsewhere in the city, and or is this brand new?
This was an idea that peak facilitation has used in other states.
Okay.
I don't have any familiarity with it being used specifically with the city of Boulder.
I think it's fair to say that this particular way of doing things is something that's novel. We have, I think, ended up often when you bring forward options, you hear from the public, from the board and council sometimes, oh, we really like that aspect of this, and we like that aspect of this. And often what we end up doing as a result of that is developing like a 1A or a 1B option that takes the most desirable elements of different options and puts them together. This has the advantage of giving us the ability to get community input to create something like that on the front end.
Yeah, I'll be really interested to see how this process works.
I think one of the pros of using this matrix, I'll go back to it too, it might be easier while we're talking about it, is that it's all the approaches will be input that we hear from engagement window 1. So it's not staff-generated ideas. It's just everything that we hear from the public will be those approaches that then the community can again select from. So it's really community ideas that.
Okay. Yeah. Like I said, I'll be really interested to see how this plays out in a Boulder context, especially as you stated, Mark, like we do have a tendency to kind of do this hybrid development, taking aspects and coming up with kind of these mishmashy new concepts. That said, matrix of options sounds a little daunting and potentially confusing, so anything that can be done in this process to not sacrifice clarity in the interest of being excessively thorough with a full matrix of all possible options would be fantastic.
Well, Andrea, you should have liked our original word, which was bingo cards. So we had both ends of the spectrum on that.
And I'm all about it. Yeah. Bingo cards, I'm all about it. Let's see, I had one more question. Besides field notes, what will be done in the kind of the outreach and getting people to the table to get non-neighbor voices? Specifically, I'm thinking about in the master plan, we've done a lot of really active outreach to underserved communities and communities that we want to target in the interest of the just things that we want to do, and especially in the context of the North TSA and the Wonderland ISP, we've spoken to serving youth. So what are we doing to bring the youth to the table in these meetings, for example?
Well, micro-engagement has traditionally, I'm sorry, talking to the mic. Micro-engagement's been something that we're doing more and more as a core part of our outreach to make sure that all voices have an opportunity to come to the table. So I think we'll be building off of the success we've had with the master plan and the relationships that we've built with the Latino population, looking for voices, continuing to work with Growing Up Boulder and others to ensure that we have the youth voice. Of course, our junior rangers, a representative of a lot of the youth in our community, operate out of the Foothills Nature Center, so that provides an excellent opportunity to hear from them. We've been developing great working relationships with people experiencing disabilities, and so we'll be reaching out to all of these folks through communication and outreach, taking advantage of their interest in how we deliver services and participating in our programming.
Absolutely fantastic. Thank you.
If I could just piggyback on what Andrea said, there are two schools actually in that area, Crestview Elementary and Centennial Middle School. And are you planning on kind of directly contacting them?
In December, we did 2 classroom engagements. So we could schedule more, and where we went to the schools and worked with 4th graders and a preschool class.
I think that would be great, because I know Crestview has a history of environmental participation and volunteer work. They years ago tried to restore a wetland adjacent to the school and stuff like that. So that'd be great.
There's also Shining Mountain, Waldorf
that's-
School, and
yeah.
I think Gerald Montessori may still be the name
How could
there.
I
but They may have changed their name. Right?
My daughter went to Shining Mountain. Right.
Okay.
I have another budget resource kind of question, and it comes just because we've been thinking about demands on OSMP management in a lot of different contexts. But I'm wondering if there are any limits on what will be done in terms of resources, staff and financial resources.
In terms of the recommendations or in terms of the
And how
process?
And how we get from all the good ideas that come from this public input process to the how much money are we going to spend in the end on this particular?
Right. So if you could go back to the laying out the phases where there's a pause to give staff the opportunity to do the analysis of what we've been hearing. So there is and Mark, you can add to this too, there's a couple of month process there for staff to be involved, and part of that is we need to do some ground truthing too in terms of does this idea, if it's a good idea and it fits within our charter purposes and our plans, but perhaps we don't have the funding for it now, how does it get phased? Those are questions that's why we need time in that window in order to ground truth it in terms of what our capacities are, what our resources are, does it align with charter purposes, plans, purposes? And so I believe that's the purpose for that window for us, to do some of that work and then to go out and communicate that back to the community.
Absolutely, what Dan says is right on. And although there isn't necessarily gaps shown between the other pieces of the engagement, there will be time for processing what we hear. It's a delicate balance, right, between wanting to have an open conversation and, cutting off conversation because, we can't do that, it's too expensive, or it creates too much O&M, or whatever. So those are going to be considerations that, as we develop this matrix of options or bingo cards, that I think we're going to be looking for feedback from the community, providing some information about how do we evaluate benefit, feasibility, cost, things like that, program that in so that we can come up or work with the community, consult or inform around this notion of we are very likely as a community to want to see some things out there that we can't do, or maybe in this case we'll find ourselves with a situation where people are pretty modest in their expectations of what happens. So I think we'll work on that like any project. That ultimately I think will come to the staff, the board, and council too, to weigh in on where the prioritization and what phasing might look like for those things that we think are beneficial and would advance city open space service delivery in that area.
Yeah, and I was just going to reiterate the OSBT is you guys can let us know how we did in that analysis.
Thank you.
Okay. Well then, thank you, Allison and Mark.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Tom alluded to before that we had, due to an illness and a schedule conflict from members of BOSC, that we are going to be holding the BOSC conversation for May. So if there's anyone here for that, we've mentioned that at the top of the meeting, but if you came in late, BOSC will be the subject on our May 8th OSBT meeting. So we're going to go to item 4C, which is an update on the draft 2020 work plan and budget. And I believe Lauren Kilcoyne, our Central Services Area Manager, is going to provide that briefing for y'all.
Well, hello.
Hi there, Lauren Kilcoyne, Central Services Manager, as Dan already stated. And we're here for the first of 5 presentations over the next several months on the budget, the 2020 budget. So tonight, we're hoping to keep things pretty high level. We'll be talking more about our revenue forecast, citywide and for open space in our budget development process. When we come back next month in May, we'll be bringing draft projects for your review and discussion. And then in June, we will have our public hearing, discussion, and recommendation before we shift gears to the operating budget in July. So the goal for July is, again, first touch, talk about our operating budget in the way that that all breaks down, and then a public hearing, discussion, and recommendation in August. And I did just want to note, I don't have a lot in here on the citywide forecast because we did have last night the revenue update to City Council. So I've borrowed from some of their materials, but there is a much fuller picture available in that packet if you're interested, and I can always bring additional materials next month. Already went over the overview, so we'll jump right into citywide economic forecast. And this is a chart that was in your memo, and it's taken from our monthly revenue updates, which are posted on the website. And we have a new sales and use revenue manager for the city, Joel Wagner, who you may remember from all of our FEMA flood recovery work. So he's moved into that role and is doing a phenomenal job of really opening the box into how we make revenue projections and how we manage revenues in the city. So if you haven't seen any of those reports and you have any revenue interest, they're worth checking out. So to dive into a little bit of the specifics, across all funds as a city, we really performed better than expected. If you remember, halfway through last year, we're getting really mixed revenue signals and had some unexpected numbers coming out of year-end 2017. So we actually scaled back our revenue projections, reduced our revised budget for 2018. So very pleasant surprise that things performed better than we expected. So that top line, you can see sales tax in that slow to moderate growth scenario, just over 2%. But as we plan for 2020, we want to be careful about reading too much into that. A lot of these revenues are from either unpredictable or one-time sources. Construction use is a great example of that, where construction is cyclical and difficult to predict when major projects are going to get off the ground. So we certainly don't plan for 32% growth and that level of revenue collection in that category. So when we came last year, we talked about this trend of flattening revenues from retail sales tax and some of the reasons why that might be true. And we spoke about competition from surrounding communities, that communities around us are building up their own downtowns. People have local shopping options and don't have to come into Boulder quite so much. We also know that people shop online. And last year, we did start receiving some revenues, some sales tax revenues from Amazon purchases, but by no means is that true for all of online purchasing. And so Joel and the finance team are working really closely with county and state and other partners to have a more cohesive strategy about how to move forward on that. We know we have demographic shifts, and finance actually partnered with a consultant over the last year to figure out what the key drivers are in Boulder particularly, and why we're seeing that revenue flattening. And a lot of what came out of that was around an aging population that spends more on services and experience than on taxable goods. And now the city's undergoing a retail strategy to figure out what that might mean for us longer term. So we also, when we had these mixed revenue signals, started to say, like, is this a signal for a recession? And finance partnered with CSU and the economists out of CSU to get a better sense of that. And in 2020, we're not anticipating anything in those projections, but there is some mention of a potential recession 2 to 3 years down the road. So all of that comes together, all the work that finance has been doing comes together into baseline and optimistic predictors. And these are the numbers that are used when they will give us in the next few weeks our revenue target for the open space fund. So they say on the low end, it might look like this. On the high end, here's some projections, and then they take a weighted average of those scenarios. So for 2020, we're looking at that slow to moderate growth, and same thing in those out years, which is a much better picture than we were expecting this time last year. So jumping into open space more specifically, and this was in the memo as well, overall, we ended up with about $500,000 more in revenue than we expected in 2018. Where that revenue came from was very different than where we were expecting. Sales and use taxes outperformed all of our predictions, which was wonderful, as did our investment income. And what that is a low-risk investment of our unappropriated fund balance. So you earn, a couple percent per year, and that outperformed our expectations. Where we did not have the revenues come in that we thought, FEMA flood reimbursement jumps right out at you, and that comes from a pretty major process change from FEMA in the way that they want to see our reimbursement requests. So a couple of years ago, as we were finishing major projects, we would complete scope changes, closeout request for reimbursement. We received feedback that they would like us to submit entire project worksheets at once. So all ditch work simultaneously, all fence work simultaneously, engineered trails, et cetera. So over 2018, we were waiting to finish those last FEMA projects to be able to submit anything for reimbursement. So at this time, we're not saying we expect less reimbursement from FEMA, we're just adjusting our timeframe. So we ended up hiring a temporary employee last year in business services who could get ahead of this as much as we could, write all the scope changes. When FEMA had first come out after the flood and assessed damage, what we experienced on the ground as we went to repair to pre-flood conditions was very different from the scope that FEMA had assessed. So that employee was able to write scope changes for all of the sites that we did work on, submit those to finance, and now finance is in the process of doing those closeout reviews and requests for reimbursement. Okay, this is no surprise to anybody after how well Darren and the master plan team have explained it throughout that process, but we do have a changing financial climate, not only flattening revenues in the city, but also changes to our sales tax increments. So January 1st of this year, we went from 0.33% sales tax down to 0.22. January 1st of 2020, 0.15% will be repurposed to transportation. So an overall 30% decrease to the proportion of sales and use tax supporting OSMP.
In addition, we do have the 0.4% that's permanent that was not affected by those changes.
Correct, thank you. So we have been working very hard for many years now to set ourselves up the best we can for 2020 and what that means for us. So we have increased our reserves. We've talked about this every year. We've been maintaining a 20% contingency reserve. We also repaid our 06 and 07 bonds and several BUMPA notes in advance of those changing increments, making debt a much smaller proportion of our overall budget. We've been managing staffing through attrition and really focusing on natural turnover, and is it appropriate then to expire a position or to repurpose it to a different department need? And we've recently repurposed a couple of positions, which will show up more when we have our operating discussion. We've also had Affordable Care Act and living wage and real things that we needed to go to work on in the way that we treat our team and maintain a team and develop people. So that has been a huge lift over the last several years, and I think it's put us in a much better position to have a reduction conversation. 2019 is the first year that you see our capital budget return to a pre-flood level. So when we're under that FEMA time constraint, you're seeing CIPs of $9 million, $11 million. We would not generally operate under that strict of a time frame or that much of a crunch on staff and the need to gear up in so many different ways. And if you look at the 10 years prior to the flood, you're more in a $4 to $5 million CIP range. And that's what we have for the first time in 2019. We're at about 4.9. So part of that story is how we manage our capital carryover. And a big part of that is acquisition funding. So in 2014, we issued a $10 million bond. Our goal was to spend that over the course of 3 years. We continued to fund the acquisition CIP so that they would have this carryover fund to carry us through and kind of soften this change, if that makes sense. So last year, I think $20 million were spent on acquisition of things that we've wanted to purchase for decades, Lippincott and et cetera. And we were able to do that because of how we saved for a changing financial climate and set ourselves up for that. Finally, we're always looking for ways to improve our process and the way we run our business. And just in 2019 alone, that resulted in like 1.5 FTE being able to be repurposed and positions expired and better customer service, by the way, being able to buy things online instead of coming to the office. And of course, we want to see people at the office, but that's not always the thing that you want to do. So always looking for ways to improve the community service and to find ways to be more efficient. In 2019, we ended up reducing $5.8 million from our budget, which was amazing and such a staff-led effort, thinking about ways that they could responsibly make reductions that didn't impact community services. So you saw reductions in debt, operating, and CIP, and that's how I would want to move forward and have a really balanced approach to managing this. And finally, this is mostly just, I want to brag a little bit on some internal changes that we've made. A few years ago, we made an investment in a work planning system that has totally revolutionized the way that we run our budget process internally. Our resource information services team, they don't often get a chance to brag on things. They're behind the scenes doing the amazing work. But really that team set us up so well for what we're going through now in our budget process. So we have a staff team with accessibility for staff to do a huge project intake with criteria for how we manage projects and select projects, and a work plan steering team that is always looking at what's unplanned and what's emergent and what do we need to scale back on and what can we accelerate. And when I got here 4 years ago, this was like a dream, that it wouldn't be Cole and I in an office or director's team making a decision behind closed doors. So I feel very proud of the collaborative process and how many people on staff have been engaged in that effort. So what you'll see in May will be a recommendation from the work plan steering team, and it will look something like this. So we've set up our work plan system to ask every project manager for every project these same questions. And then what you'll see is a rolled up version of that. So we're really hoping that getting feedback and information directly from project managers who know more about the project than I ever did when I was trying to write these myself will help with our storytelling and the connection to the master plan and to our other plan implementation. So I'm hoping that you see that shift and would want any of your feedback after next month on what you think of that. So as we move forward, we wanted to also wrap in some of the feedback that you gave us last month. We had, because of internal project management, some kind of siloed CIP buckets that didn't quite tell the story of our total investment in a site. So one example from last year that I can think of is Hunter Kolb. We're doing historic home rehab, water and septic, and then trying to prepare for agricultural use. So in our presentation last year, those would have been in 3 separate CIPs. So we want to designate a primary site, be able to tell the whole story, and we also want to start linking to the master plan. So in that scenario, you would now see that funding under agriculture today and tomorrow. So we can start tracking more immediately as we go through the master plan process, like what our investments are in the focus areas and in those specific strategies. So again, we hope it's a better story. We hope it's more clear about how we're making these investments, and would want to hear your feedback next month when we come with draft projects. So you'll see a project title for each focus area. Community Connections and Inclusion is the only new one. The others are recast. And we'll also be combining water, mineral, and acquisition CIPs into one acquisition CIP project. And we're still awaiting results from the community survey and guidance from the master plan, but we really want to use that as the way that we prioritize the use of that fund, instead of trying to separate it out into many categories that maybe individually don't have enough money to carry out some of the actions that we might want to. So this is just a reminder that these are our budget guiding principles: safety first, play by the rules, et cetera. We adopted these as staff a couple of years ago, and through the master plan, we hope to make them more of an ongoing part of our approach and the way we do our business. So all of these are reflected in the master plan, whether that is in the guiding principles of the master plan or the strategies and financial sustainability. So guiding principles terminology will go away as we adopt guiding principles of the master plan, but all of that content remains, and it's really about how we can steward the funds and be good financial managers in a changing climate. So that's all I've got. Any questions from OSBT?
I have a quick question. For the outreach component of a project, let's just say the outreach component of an ag-related project, is the outreach component going to be captured under ag or under community connections?
That's a great question.
Any other questions?
That's a great question. I'm thinking about if I have any examples off the top of my head where I would know that off. My sense is that if it's part of a specific project, we would capture it with the agriculture. But if there's a different preference, then we can certainly do it differently.
What you just said made sense to me. That is, if you're trying to understand the cost of an ag project, it's probably more useful to understand the outreach part of it as well. It may have the effect, however, of looking like there are very few dollars in community connections and inclusion, because that would only be things that aren't otherwise connected to an ecological ag or responsible recreation project. And maybe that's just, well, it is what it is, as long as people understand that a lot of those dollars are, going to be somewhere else.
Yeah.
Because we do prioritize, that's an important priority for us, and I know someone could look at that and think, wow, you're not spending much on that.
Yeah.
One of the things that we talked about last year around this time had to do with whether your software could slice this way and then slice that way.
Right.
Yes.
Can you address that as you're answering this?
Sure. Oh, simultaneous for both questions? Yes, this tool that we've adopted is wonderful, and we've been getting asked by many city departments to come and demo elsewhere and see if others can adopt it. We have a member of our RIS team who has been kind of leading that effort, and there's so much ability to generate custom reports and slice things any way that we want to. And so some of the ways we're looking at it right now, we used to use the term department priority, which will shift more into the master plan focus area in 2021. Functions and services. We actually have like criteria that we rate each project on around efficiency and readiness and that. And so that all of those inputs we would be able to generate reports around, and I think we can slice it any number of ways. And then back to your question.
Good, glad to hear
Dan and I
that.
were just having a side comment where so much of our the way that we capture CCEI around education and outreach is in the operating budget, and the way that we leverage seasonals and staff and programming. So as Darren and I have been preparing for next week's study session on financial sustainability, we've actually been talking about broadening from just CIP to more CIP and non-personnel operating expense to better tell that story. But we can also, in our project descriptions, in that example that you gave, Tom, indicate like the phases. So within this agricultural site, what is attributed to education or, cultural components of that? We could break that out pretty easily.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
And a question, which I think may amount to, can you slice and dice another way? Can your planning software and the tracking structure help us tease out and keep track of the three-level funding scenarios? The constrained, good enough, and we're awash in money. I forget what we're calling them now. But
Vision?
yeah, okay.
We've been playing with the terminology ourselves, yes.
Yeah.
And Cole has been working very hard behind the scenes to do costing by strategy and to have some cost ranges rolled up by strategy. And then it's really especially, we'll talk about this more next week, but for those first two scenarios, the fiscally constrained and the restored funding scenario, it's really about acceleration of a strategy. So we would be able to look at, are we able to, in whatever financial climate, add additional funding and how the expenses would be tracked against that. Yeah, that capability exists, and then it's a matter of just, as we go through the master planning process, what do we want to be ready to do right away in reporting, and we'll be able to set that up.
Okay. Thank you.
Lauren, sorry. Do you have something? Go ahead.
I have another question about something that I can't remember the name of.
Sure.
The funding that gets sent back to the general fund from OSMP is called?
Cost allocation?
Thank you. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking of. Can you, at one point, I understood that we were going to learn a little bit more about how that's done and the implications for OSMP and.
Yeah.
Is that part of this month's, or is that in May or June, or when does that come back to us?
Great. Cost allocation is a part of our operating budget. We generally talk about it in July. Okay. And the last time the plan was updated, the plan is updated every other year. So when that happened, we had the consultant that was hired to do the plan come and present to OSBT and was on hand to answer any questions. That plan will be updated next year. So no major changes to the way that number is arrived at for this year, but we are anticipating next year, every time the plan is updated, we get a report on what we're going to be charged, and not just what we're going to be charged, how that was arrived. Is it percent of FTE? Is it number of contracts we issued? The input is different depending on who's making that charge, but we do have an opportunity to weigh in on all of that, and we can have the consultant or the staff from finance be on hand when that plan's updated next year. But in terms of what we'll do in July, we will be talking about cost allocation. We can bring up where we saw major changes when the plan was updated last, if that's helpful, or any more.
So it was updated 2 years ago?
Yeah.
'Cause I don't
It's every
remember
2 to
hearing
3
anything
years.
about it
Yeah.
last year.
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
So, Lauren, actually, that was one of my questions as well, and maybe in preparation for future budget conversations, you can be thinking of this. But before that, I think it's worth noting that the general fund transfer that has been, the last, several or many years ends this year, which certainly has some budget implications, but we should be mindful of that. My question on cost allocation, though, is that in looking, and this is the fund financial, which we didn't refer to, but you included in the packet. So my question is that you might want to think about is that as it increases over the years, and our budget decreases and, staffing fluctuates, et cetera, my question is, why does it increase over the years when actually our budget has decreased significantly?
Yeah, and I will absolutely prepare more information for a more in-depth conversation. Off the top of my head, when we had a major reorganization in the department in 2015 and hired a lot of positions that had been approved but were vacant, we saw a correlation there to increased costs from HR supporting our hiring and IT supporting the increased technological needs. In theory, right, as we have eliminated vacant positions or taken budget reductions, you may see decreases in some areas. The general fund, though, is not taking the same level of reduction as a fund that is not entirely sales tax funded. So they are not making the same level of cuts in those other departments. So I don't have a great prediction at this point of what that plan's going to look like. I know that when it comes out, it's all of us being interviewed together about what works and what services we receive and having the ability to push back on different things. But absolutely in advance of July, I can prepare more in-depth information about what cost allocation looks like now and how we're preparing for that. It's a $2 million line item in a changing economic scenario for the open space fund. So our partners in the other departments are very well aware of that and want to be responsible to our situation.
Great. I think that would be very helpful.
Great.
I have a couple. First, I would say the modernization of the budget and tracking process has been amazing.
Thank you.
Really. Sometimes I think it's almost too amazing. I really think you take it as your job to figure out how to make this all work in spite of the changes in different taxes and everything else. But to some extent, I think it may not be making clear to us what the real equilibrium will be. And I notice you do say after 2022, the department anticipates a return to annual spending that is aligned with projected annual revenue. That's an interesting sentence, and I'm not quite sure what it means. Rather than have you answer that, I will continue to ask for the simple version that is useful not just for us, but for council, for the public, that tries to really make clear what are the choices we have been forced to make, needed to make, to adjust to changing revenue levels. I think you've done, the whole management staff has done some remarkable foresighted planning to make it a soft landing, but it's hard for us to figure out, well, have we really landed on something solid, or are we just burning up, some excess that we had before, but it's going away? You see what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
And so I would love it if you could present something like that in a very crisp form, suitable for our consumption, which, yeah.
No,
that would be great.
I think that's a great idea, and you're right. Lauren is tasked with helping to make us understand this in a soft landing, and she should take pride in making that look easy.
Yeah.
I can tell you that sitting in the rooms over the last few weeks of having to make some tough budget choices to recommend to you, that there are real decisions being made. There's decisions, and what we're having to do now versus maybe what we had to do in the back is scale and stretch.
Yeah.
Stretch timelines, say no to some projects, and a couple of CIPs are taking significant hits, and you'll see that.
Okay.
So there are tough choices being made. This isn't all roses.
Yeah.
Our systems are making it very helpful to make tough choices. And I think that's what you're hearing. But next month, you'll start to see some of the choices that we
Okay.
make.
And just to follow right on that, it looks like you really have done some things that will make it easier to say when a project will be finished, and that planning gets incorporated in the budgeting from the very beginning. Do you want to say just a little bit about that? Because we are often asked, well, when is this thing going to get done? And it sounds like we're making improvements and making sure we have project and budget sort of tied together more closely.
Absolutely, and it's been easier, easier is the wrong word, in some areas than others. When we started bringing on the engineering and project management team for the flood, that group came with an understanding from their sector around designing, permitting, scoping, constructing, and that being spread out over a 3 to 4 year time frame. And so the way that we've built our work plan software is to get into that habit of knowing exactly what you need at the different phases with some contingencies and different levels of confidence. So how do you apply that same skill set to something that's not construction, right? So we've been, and that project management training investment has been huge for us to talk about things like triple constraint and how you back into a budget and what's reasonable for timelines. And so are we there yet? No, but I'm happy with the progress, and I think you can see it particularly in trails and facilities, certainly in places and resources and stewardship. I mean, pockets around the department, and we continue to get better at that. We feel the same way. I mean, when I look at our capital carryover, I don't want to carry over millions of dollars because we budgeted for construction 4 years before it happened. So that only helps our budget story and, frankly, our credibility around what we need in any given year.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Sure.
On that, of the 24 million in carryover that's listed as 2018, how much of that still remains unspent?
Yeah, about, I'm going to look at Cole, but I believe he can correct me. It's 12 million down from 29. So about 9.2 of that is acquisition carryover, and the difference is outstanding projects. And they're major projects that we funded over multiple years, like the bike path or anemone or, things like that we've been saving for.
Okay. Anything else?
I think what I heard you say, Dan, is that those things that you've had to cut or stretch timelines on, et cetera, will be highlighted in the next round of information that we get.
Yeah.
So that we can see what lies on the cutting room floor.
Chime in if.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think it will be very clear, especially for that initial split that we do of maintenance, enhancement, planning, acquisition, that we've prioritized maintenance across our functions and services, whether that's ecological restoration or any of the EHR or rec related items. We have a reach list, I would call it, of if things change, if things come in under budget, if whatever might happen, of what we think those next things are that we'd be ready to fund. So we were planning on mostly showing what's recommended to fund unless there's different guidance.
We could bring a couple of examples of items that we had to leave on the table for now, or that we either called defer, or we'll assess mid-year to see if some budget changes that allow us to bring those forward.
I think it'd be useful for us to see that, don't you?
Sure.
Great.
Okay.
Thanks.
Sure.
Okay, then we're good. Okay. Well, thank you, Lauren.
Thank you.
Dan, anything else under matters from the department, or are we?
We are done.
Okay, then item 5 on the agenda is prairie dogs.
And with that, we're going to start off with a staff presentation, and that's going to be led by Heather Swanson and Andy Pauster. Are you guys coming up to the podium? Yeah, dais.
Hot off the presses.
Yeah.
Your water? No.
Hi there.
So Andy and I are going to be presenting sort of the next step in the process with the Prairie Dog Working Group recommendations to you tonight. And Andy is the Agricultural Resources Stewardship Supervisor. I think most of you know him. And I'm the Ecological Stewardship Supervisor. So we're going to lead with the two questions that were in your packet. And so the first of those is, does OSBT support the staff recommendation for the phased implementation for the Prairie Dog Working Group Phase 2 recommendations? And this would include support for the staff recommendations to modify the scale and in other instances to defer select Phase 2 recommendations. And are there any other policy or strategy recommendations or feedback that were not addressed in the memo related to prairie dog management that OSBT would like to provide or speak to? So I'm going to give you some quick background. This has been several steps stretched out over a couple of years. So just so that you know where we are in this lengthy process. Phase 1 of the Prairie Dog Working Group occurred in 2017. And the reason for that was to determine relocation methodologies largely under existing plans and policies. And that was February through May of 2017. And the recommendations were then presented to and approved by the city manager in mid-2017. But at the time, the Prairie Dog Working Group felt like they had additional work to do. And so Phase 2 was to create guiding principles for prairie dog management, management goals, objectives, strategies, and milestones that could include and do include plan and policy changes. And that phase of the working group was completed in December through June of 2018. So those Phase 1 recommendations, so again, these were ones that were finalized in 2017 and accepted by the city manager. The first of those was to create criteria for prioritizing relocation sending sites. That has been done, and information is in previous packets for the board on those Phase 1 recommendations. A criteria for prioritizing the receiving sites for relocation, that also was completed. Providing adequate accommodations for all relocated prairie dogs, that largely in areas where there aren't natural burrows still intact means artificial nest boxes. That's ongoing as we do relocations. Number 4 was to define what a successful prairie dog relocation looked like. That's an effort that's still in progress. And then to use the sylvatic plague vaccine on the southern grasslands. That's ongoing. We did apply SPV last year and are intending to do so this year. So then the Phase 2 recommendations, again, was goals, objectives, strategies, and milestones for prairie dog management. And the overall goal of that phase was to sustainably conserve prairie dogs in the Boulder region by implementing the following ecological, social, and economic goals, objectives, and strategies. And so that ecological category then was to create and maintain one or more large prairie dog occupied ecosystem areas with plague-resistant prairie dog populations and high-integrity grassland habitat. And so there was a whole suite of recommendations nested under that ecological category. Social then was innovative, non-lethal strategies to minimize conflicts and increase public awareness. And economic was to provide the resources and capacity to secure prairie dog conservation. So the process with Phase 2 is we did have a discussion with this board as well as the Environmental Advisory Board and the Parks and Rec Advisory Board back in August of last year to present that full suite of recommendations. We then had a study session with City Council last December where we brought not only the recommendations but also the board feedback to City Council. And at the time, City Council supported the staff recommendation to complete further analysis on a subset of the recommendations. So for City Council, we had put the recommendations into 4 categories. And the first of those categories, the first 2 categories, were those recommendations that were consistent with existing plans and policies as currently written. The first bucket was those that were consistent with plans and policies and did not require additional resources or staffing to implement. The second category was those that were consistent with plans and policies but did require additional staffing or resources. And so those were further subdivided into near-term and longer-term priorities. And then the third and fourth were those recommendations that either were not consistent with existing plans and policies, so would require modifications to those, or had substantial trade-offs with other city goals or priorities. And so bucket number 3 was those that, although not consistent with current plans and policies, did not require additional staff or resources to implement. And then that 4th bucket were those ones not consistent with current plans and policies or with substantial trade-offs that would require additional staff or resources. So our current process and sort of the main purpose of this was to return to the boards and then to City Council with further analysis of those category 3 and 4. So those things not consistent with current plans and policies or where there are a lot of trade-offs with other city priorities. And then we've also added some updates on implementation and additional analysis on some of those category 1 and the 2A and 2B recommendations. So we're here tonight with you. We will be going to Parks and Rec Advisory Board on April 22nd, Environmental Advisory Board on May 1st. And then right now we're scheduled to present the materials as well as the board feedback to City Council on May 7th.
I just want to note that May 7th right now is the landing date, although I have heard that that isn't totally firm. So I invite everybody in the audience just to keep track of that. Right now, it's still May 7th, but that may change maybe a week or so. So we're firming it up, but that's still the date, but please keep track.
And so following direction and feedback from the boards and City Council, staff will continue to work on implementation of the recommendations. So those category 1 recommendations, and again, these are all that phase 2. Phase 1 is sort of all in process of being implemented or is complete. So these first categories are those, again, that are consistent with plans and policies and don't require additional resources or staffing. And so these are on track for implementation. They're either ongoing or they're included in current work plans or near-term work plans. There are 10 recommendations that fall within this category, and all the details of which recommendations those are is in attachment B1. I'm not going to go through all of them, but a couple of notable ones are that all translocated prairie dogs receive plague abatement. Last year, relocated or translocated prairie dogs did receive the sylvatic plague vaccine prior to being moved, and we're planning to do that again this year. And then we will be holding a public meeting for an update and a discussion of the progress on this implementation this year. The category 2 recommendations, so these are the ones that do require additional either resources or staffing, and these also are largely in attachment B1 for the ones that are on track for implementation. So about 11 of these recommendations, again, are on track for implementation either near term if they were categorized as 2A or longer term if they were 2B. So several of these do occur in current budget requests for 2020. And some of the notable ones here are to inventory at-risk species at or near prairie dog colonies, to document the impacts of prairie dog management to at-risk species, to pilot managed buffer zones on properties, and to provide barriers or exclusion on ag properties. And then we do have some of the category 2 recommendations where, as we went through work plan prioritization, budgeting, and looked at them more closely, staff has made some recommendations that some of them we would recommend to modify the scope. And so these are installing barriers on OSMP and ag land, increasing the number of translocations annually, addressing 10% of conflicts annually, establishing a grassland conservation fund, creating a fee structure for private landowners, and leveraging support from the philanthropic community. So again, these are not ones that we are recommending not get done. It's just looking at the scale and seeing what's feasible in a reasonable time frame. And then another subset of these category 2 recommendations, the recommendation is to defer them, largely based on either feasibility or the availability of staff and resources. And again, these are detailed in attachment B2, some of the reasoning behind these recommendations. And those are to apply a prairie dog habitat quantification tool to acquisitions, to map neighboring landowner conflict areas, public surveys regarding prairie dog conservation, increasing community outreach, plague education, further collaborating with outside conservation organizations, and reporting on the inflows and outflows of a grassland conservation fund. And then those category 3 and 4 recommendations, again, these are things that are not consistent with current plans and policies as written or have substantial trade-offs with other goals. And so one of these is the creation of a plague management plan, and we're recommending that completion of that plan could happen by the second quarter of 2020. We would be doing an environmental analysis this year, a draft plan beginning of 2020, and then a final plan by second quarter 2020. And some issues to be considered as we complete that work are the implications of pesticide use on intact grasslands, intact native grasslands, protecting prairie dogs from plague while not exacerbating issues resulting from high occupation levels, and how to balance those two things. The next recommendation is black-footed ferret reintroduction. We're proposing to evaluate the feasibility and trade-offs of reintroducing black-footed ferrets to open space in 2020 through 2021, with the hope that by the end of 2021, the city could make a decision one way or the other on whether or not to actively pursue reintroduction of black-footed ferrets with that additional information on some of the trade-offs. And if we did decide to move forward with that, then we would be pursuing agreements with collaborators and other agencies that would be cooperators in 2022. And then the timing of actual reintroduction is uncertain because it largely would relate to prairie dog occupation levels, which we don't completely control how quickly those recover. And some of the issues to be considered there would be the need for plague management to support successful ferret populations, the potential impacts to grazing and lessees on those properties, and occupancy levels required and the impacts that those might have to protection of the full grassland mosaic of habitats. The next category 3 or 4 is an updated habitat suitability model, and we're recommending that this move forward as the data to do so is available. So we are updating currently our vegetation mapping system-wide, and the critical pieces of that should be available by 2021. So after that, then we could work on the new model in 2022. And some issues to be considered there that the Prairie Dog Working Group talked about are how to incorporate conflict, either with other natural resources, agriculture, or neighbors into the new model, and how to incorporate regional data so that we can create a model over a larger landscape. And then this is a suite of 3 recommendations, updating the Prairie Dog Conservation Area criteria, modifications to the relocation criteria, and modifications to the grassland plan goals and objectives. And for all 3 of these, staff is recommending that these are undertaken as part of a comprehensive update to the grassland ecosystem management plan. All of these have implications for other pieces of the grassland plan, and so it's important to consider them as a whole. And some of the issues to be considered is also the involvement of a full suite of stakeholders. The Grassland Plan was created with extensive public process for the entire community, so making sure that all stakeholders and constituents have the ability to weigh in on that. And then also the balance of multiple resource protection goals, which was certainly one of the main purposes and challenges of the Grassland Plan creation. And then the feasibility and degree to which the changes can be implemented. So just quickly, you just heard a preview of the budgeting. So because there are quite a few recommendations that require additional resources and budget, we do have a prairie dog related CIP this year that will be included, and currently it's requesting a little over $200,000. That was reduced from what Andy and I originally put together, which was $663,000, which was to sort of tackle all of those near-term priorities. So it does currently include relocation of prairie dogs from 3 to 4 irrigated agricultural properties on open space, passive relocation on an additional agricultural property, about 1/3 of a mile of barriers to address conflicts on agricultural properties, holding a public meeting with basic updates on prairie dog management and the Prairie Dog Working Group implementation, and then ongoing work that's included in our operating budget, so things that we already do now, like mapping annually and things like that. And now I'm going to turn over to Andy.
Thank you, Heather. The conflict mitigation was discussed quite a bit by the Prairie Dog Working Group, and it was primarily addressed in the social goals and recommendations that you see in your packet. And as Heather mentioned earlier, the social goal was to implement innovative, non-lethal strategies to minimize conflicts and increase public awareness. And really on the presentation tonight, we'll be talking about management of prairie dogs in irrigable land, and also mitigation of neighbor conflicts. Some of this will look minorly repetitive, but some recommendations included suggestions like a piloted managed buffer zone project, and also providing berries on strategic agricultural lands. The group did suggest increased translocations, hoping to address 10% of conflicts annually. On this list, the items in green we felt could be scalable. Those in red we thought would be deferred. I'm going to run through a series. This is a mapping series that'll go from 1996 to 2018, just to kind of show the challenge in mitigating conflicts. You'll notice that conflict can change, populations fluctuate, and as staff, given how expensive or the resources that it takes to mitigate conflict, we do want to make sure we're implementing them in the most strategic areas. So this is the northern part of our system, and we'll kind of move through this slowly.
Can you say what the dark green means?
The darkest green are co-owned properties. The light green is open space property. Co-owned meaning Boulder County and City of Boulder open space. And the lighter green is open space and Mountain Parks property. The yellow polygons will be the prairie dog occupation. And as we move through these, certainly you can see the populations fluctuate and grow and decline. We'll see decline here shortly. I would also note in this time period here, we were able to do some reclamation on some of the properties up here to get them back into irrigated agricultural production. And this period from 2008 to 2010 is approximately when we were in the grassland planning process, and that was approved in 2010. So if we kind of take a broader picture of the agricultural conflict, we have over, our current mapping in 2018 shows that we have over 1,000 acres occupied, and using information from colony densities, we presume this is around 14 to 20,000 animals. The cost to relocate these would be very high and take a very long time given receiving site availability. So it really isn't feasible per se to count on relocation to manage at this scale. We did take a closer look at where we could make an impact. This map here shows some agricultural areas where we've had the most persistent conflict over time. And then kind of looking at occupation levels, we have 2 to 6, 2 to 8, something like that, lease areas that are impacted at any given time. So as we look at feasible implementation actions, we looked at areas of persistent conflict. We looked at colony sizes relative to receiving site availability. We looked at nearby or surrounding prairie dog populations and tried to look at some sites where we felt we could be successful. In that overall look, we did find 8 colonies where we thought we had a really good chance to do relocation and have some success reclaiming those sites. We identified 4 areas where we could use some passive techniques and reclamation to hopefully gain some ground in agricultural land. But unfortunately, we're gonna have to have pretty major population declines to have a real impact using some of these techniques. I'm going to run through several sites here that we have selected where we think we can have an impact. This is in the northern part of our system. In the upper left corner, that's a fairly isolated colony that we feel we can come in and do relocation and reclamation and get some irrigated land back into production. Down on the lower right, I'm sorry, we would use a combination of relocation and reclamation on agricultural property, and also most of that would be on the top arrow that is pointing to the right. Those colonies, we think over time we may be able to relocate those. The bottom arrow, that is an area where we would do some barrier installation and work on some passive techniques to hopefully get the prairie dogs out of the smaller field there next to Coot Lake. This is an area near J in the diagonal. We did remove prairie dogs from this property in 2018. We plan to continue work there to remove the other colonies on that property. We'll also plan to do some seeding and burrow reclamation. We are in the process as we speak, I guess. Well, not as we speak, but this week, the contractor was out there. I hope he's not working tonight. The contractor was out there working on a barrier installation there. And this is an East Boulder location near on the Teller Farm. This is, again, an area where we think we can relocate some smaller parts of the colony, use some passive techniques, some barriering. And this is also a location where we've budgeted to replace 2 irrigation structures, hopefully to improve irrigation water flow to the northern part of those fields. We'll move a little bit into conflict with adjacent neighbors. Many of the strategies are repeated here. Again, pilot some managed buffer zones. There were some offer with some of the working group members for some collaboration with them on helping pilot some conflict mitigation strategies. There were more public outreach related to this one. There was a suggestion to do public surveys regarding prairie dog conservation and some community outreach. When we look at the scale of prairie dog, or of the conflict with adjacent neighbors, the full scale isn't necessarily known at this time, but certainly we've been informed by the number of calls that we receive from neighbors that are requesting installation of some type of physical barrier. Those that we know of would require about 12 miles of barrier installation, costing somewhere between $1 and $2 million. It is likely that the full scale of this is probably twice that. So again, a pretty big project there. And with this one, given the conflict that we have on agricultural lands, we are kind of thinking that we want to focus some of our attention, try to balance the needs of neighboring conflicts with what we're trying to do on the agricultural lands. We have been providing technical assistance to neighbors that are helping them design barriers on their land, and allowing them to use our boundary fences to do so. Although not a Prairie Dog Working Group recommendation, we are suggesting to evaluate a grant program, a cost-sharing grant program, so that as neighbors contact us, we can potentially help them with that barrier installation. We'll take a look at one specific instance here. This is kind of a hypothetical of known conflict that we've heard from our neighbors. In this particular instance, we've heard from 3 separate neighbors, and if we were to mitigate conflict on their boundaries or on our shared boundaries, we're talking about 3,000 feet of barrier costing in the neighborhood of $62,000 to $143,000. Let's see. With that, I'll turn it back over to Heather.
So we all know that prairie dog management and management of many of our resources is not simple. And so we wanted to just highlight a few of the more challenging issues that come up as we figure out the best ways to move forward on prairie dog conservation and prairie dog management. So some of the issues that come up with mitigating conflict is the scope that we have right now and the need to recover agricultural lands in the near term. Some issues with erecting barriers on the landscape. They can cause fragmentation, block the movement of other wildlife, and capture weed seeds and provide a disturbance area for weeds to get established. And barriers are very expensive, as you just saw, and not always 100% effective. And certainly once you install them, they do require ongoing maintenance, so there's a cost associated with that. Some trade-offs that we come up with on maintaining healthy grasslands and conserving prairie dogs is conserving the prairie dogs while protecting other grassland communities, the soil health, and communities that don't thrive with prairie dogs. We certainly have made some effort in the grassland plan to try and come up with strategies to balance these things. For just an example, and we can certainly talk more about the grassland plan if anyone's interested, my favorite topic. So we do have goals to have occupancy at 10 to 26% in those large grassland blocks so that we're supporting prairie dog populations and their associated species while conserving the full suite of habitats there. The disturbance that results from increasing relocations and the infrastructure that's required for them, those artificial burrows. The unknown at this point implications of ferret reintroduction for grassland health, the impacts of plague management, and impacts to agricultural lessees and recreation that may result from ferret reintroduction. and then possible implications of plague management in high-quality grasslands. And related to the responsible use of budget and staff resources, it's always a challenge to balance staff time and funding. And so what would be required to fully implement the Prairie Dog Working Group recommendations then needs to be balanced with other city and departmental priority work. So currently the city, and this is not just open space, although the bulk of it is that, but certainly planning has a chunk of a position, and Parks and Rec also does Prairie Dog management. But currently the city allocates about 2.57 full-time equivalent staff to Prairie Dog management and spends between $27,000 and $300,000 per year, depending on what relocations are happening. Full implementation of the recommendations as written by the Prairie Dog Working Group would require approximately a 3 to 4 fold increase in staff and a between 200 to 200 fold increase in funding. A lot of that depends on those very expensive things like installing barriers and relocations. And so that would, of course, then depend on the scale of implementation, but that would be for full implementation of the recommendations. So just coming back to the questions for you tonight, does OSMP support the staff recommendations for phased implementation for the Prairie Dog Working Group Phase 2 recommendations, including support for the staff recommendations to modify the scale and in other instances defer select Phase 2 recommendations? And then secondly, are there any other policy or strategy recommendations or feedback that were not addressed in the memo and may not have been addressed by the Prairie Dog Working Group that relate to Prairie Dog management that OSBT would like to provide? And so with that, I think we're happy to take any questions. I did want to mention I had Leah hand out a single sheet of paper front and back. In talking with Andrea, I realized we hadn't provided much background as far as the kind of policy and plan framework for Prairie Dog management across the city. This is about as brief as I could do it, and I apologize I didn't get it to you ahead of time, but we can certainly discuss that if you have any questions on that. And Val Matheson is also here from the Planning Department, and so for the Wildlife Protection Ordinance and the Urban Wildlife Management Plan, she can certainly answer questions as well.
Okay, so thank you, Heather and Andy. So now's the time for clarifying questions before we go to the public. Leah, how many people have signed up?
I have 9 right now.
Okay. So that'll be about a half an hour. I think, if we can keep the clarifying questions pretty narrowly tailored to really clarifying questions, that'd be great. And then there'll be plenty of time to ask more detailed kinds of questions after we've heard from the public.
I guess I have a question that's fairly brief. This is a continuation of your analysis of the recommendations of the Prairie Dog Working Group. I don't know that we've given you a point on the agenda to present other approaches that staff would propose that didn't necessarily come out of the Prairie Dog Working Group. Do you see value in working?
Oh, your mic's not on.
Oh, my mic's not on. I'm very sorry. I'll repeat it. This is a continuation of the analysis of the staff analysis of recommendations made by the Prairie Dog Working Group. And I hope at some point we will hear from staff additional approaches that you think will serve the open space charter purposes, maybe more completely, more efficiently, more effectively, that maybe were not included in the working group recommendations. And I don't know that we've given you time or space to do that. Am I misunderstanding or?
No, really our focus was on the next step in the Prairie Dog Working Group recommendations, so I don't know, although we could probably talk briefly about that. We didn't necessarily come prepared to do that. We were really focused on kind of the next and final phase in analyzing the working group
I
recommendations.
just wanted to clarify that, and I would say that's an important step that we don't want to not devote important time and resources to hearing from you. Thanks.
Okay. Well, then we'll go to the public. And for those of you who may have come in more recently, I'll call out 2 or 3 names, then come down and say your name, where you live. You'll get 3 minutes or 5 minutes if you're pooled with somebody else. When the yellow light comes on, you have 30 seconds. And when the red light comes on, please wrap up as quickly as you can.
Do you want to mention how to sign up if they haven't
Oh,
already?
yes, if you haven't signed up and want to, please get a pink sheet and speak with Leah. So the first is Helen Brader, then Mark Fitch, then Marianne Martin, and Helen is pooling time for 5 minutes.
I'm Helen Brader. I live at 1200 Sumac Avenue in Boulder. I have been boarding horses at Boulder Valley Ranch for nearly 25 years. I now have 3 horses there in the pasture. 2 are elderly and have had a very difficult time this winter because of the lack of grass. I had to be out there every day feeding them extra food if they were going to make it through. Over all those years, I've watched the prairie dog situation. I'm not a biologist, but I have some empirical observations that might be useful. Prairie dogs are considered a keystone animal for the ecosystem, and all went fairly well for many years. They were in a few small sections of the pastures at Boulder Valley Ranch, and the population was relatively stable. The plague came through and reduced the numbers briefly, but the population remained relatively constant through the drought years. I would see and hear the coyotes all around in the evening. There seemed to be 3 major packs close by who fed off them and kept the numbers down. One coyote in particular we all got to know quite well. He was unusually large and had no tail. He was also very aggressive and would attack dogs to keep them out of his territory, including mine, and would stalk people, including me. He is still there, but in a rather sad state. Mange has ravaged the coyotes in our area. Now I see maybe 2 coyotes and hear only a few. Since coyotes have been the main consumer of prairie dogs, this has been a factor in the population explosion. Hawks are now plentiful, but I've noticed recently that the prairie dogs don't even bother to warn each other about a hawk in the area. We have seen bobcats out in the pastures, and I'm sure they catch some, but bobcats are not numerous. In short, there's a disastrous shortage of predators for the prairie dogs. The plague is the only thing historically that has kept them in check, and now we have done away with that. I have a suspicion that the flood of 2013 and the wet year in 2014 have been factors in the prairie dog explosion. Suddenly there was an abundance of grass for them to feed on and soft ground for them to burrow in with enthusiasm, and now we're in a mess. Boulder Valley Ranch should be treated as the treasure it has been. There are not many towns that have a working ranch so close to its borders where people strolling with their kids can see calves just born, the haying equipment moving over the fields, the rancher moving cattle from one field to another on horseback. It is also one of the very few boarding facilities in our area where we do not have to spend thousands of dollars to keep our horses. As a result, we now have a truly mixed group of people. They range from several people over 70, Latinos practicing for Mexican rodeo, and regular working people who just love horses. Several of us have horses from rescue situations. I now bring my grandsons out to ride when they are visiting in the summer. They hop up on my 2 elderly quarter horses and ride around the arena or head out on the trail with me. But I'm now getting concerned when I see how the prairie dogs have spread so thickly over the area. Not only have they stripped the pastures of grass, but they have also dug holes in the trails themselves, right in the middle of the trail. I'm concerned that one of my elderly horses will step in one of these holes and the horse and grandson will be injured. Boulder Valley Ranch should be protected for the treasure it is, and that means the prairie dogs must be controlled so that we can once again have 20 or so horses out in the pasture, the only financially viable option for those of us who love horses and are just average people. Do you have any questions?
No.
I would like to point out in one of the pictures that you had of the prairie dogs that around the hole there were nothing but a few clutches of weeds. There was nothing else. It is really tragic what's happening out there. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Helen. Mark Fitch, Marianne Martin, and then Raymond Bridge.
My name is Mark Fitch. I live at 3451 North 95th Street. I'm a veterinarian, and I've practiced in the Boulder-Longmont area for 42 years. And I'm here to help you understand the risks of the horses on the open space with the prairie dog holes. They do step in those holes, and they do break their legs. Those kind of injuries are life-ending. Those fractures are severe enough that there's no possible way to treat those horses. Also, last week I spoke with a Boulder County resident who was riding his horse on the open space, city open space. His horse stepped in a hole, stumbled. He came off, broke his arm between his elbow and his shoulder. Surgery that he had, putting that back together, and then having his arm immobilized, then gave him a frozen shoulder, and now he's had 2 more surgeries to help repair the damage to his shoulder. So there's significant risk with the horses in the prairie dog holes. I know several ranchers that lease the land from the open space, and they will not use their horses to gather their livestock because of the risk of those horses stepping in a hole, injuring the horse, or injuring themselves. I'm affected by the prairie dogs. The prairie dogs come from Teller onto my neighbor, and then they come on to me. And several years ago, we built a barrier on his west fence to keep the prairie dogs in the open space. It's also adjacent to the Teller Trail. Not one person that we came down that trail that asked us what we were doing, and we said we were just trying to keep the prairie dogs in open space. Not one person wanted prairie dogs on that land. They didn't want to take the risk to themselves, their children, or their dogs. So a long time ago when I came, there was always been prairie dogs in Boulder County, but there wasn't a problem. But there is a problem with them now. So I encourage you to take action to control the numbers. All the information that we just heard from these folks here, that is a lot of theory, but if you look at the results, look at the amount of increased acreage that's been affected by the prairie dogs. So it doesn't matter how much you plan or how much you do, but look at the results. They're destroying the land.
Thank you, Mark. Mary Ann Martin.
Hi, my name is Mary Ann Martin. I live at 2328 Bluff Street in Boulder, and thank you for giving us a chance to talk about our concerns about the grasslands. I have been enjoying Boulder Valley Ranch for 43 years since I've been here. I'm a cyclist, a runner, a dog owner, a horse owner, a nature lover, an animal lover, and I love Boulder Valley Ranch. I've watched over the years the sad destruction of the grasslands from the prairie dogs, and I love animals. I used to be one of those people that said, what's the big deal? Why are people against the prairie dogs? They're so cute, they're so fun. I didn't understand why there was an issue, but now I do. Every day I'm out there, I see the total destruction. The grass, the pictures that you show in the open space photos, all those beautiful grasses, they're just gone. I mean, it's just dirt. Nothing can live there. The birds can't live there. The mice can't live there. The frogs, the prairie dogs are destroying all the grass. And you saw in the one picture that the pile of dirt around it, well, it's extended. They used to move colonies over history, and they don't now. They just expand and expand. And I'm not following my notes at all, but I'm just, it's so sad for me to see out there. And anyone that doesn't think there's a problem has not seen the problem. And I ran into my neighbor the other day, and we were talking about how much we love Boulder Valley Ranch. And I told her about this meeting, and she's very pro prairie dog. And it made me realize that I'm in the middle of the fields because I have a horse there. And when you walk on the outside, people are enjoying the prairie dogs, they're enjoying seeing the cows, they're enjoying all that, but they're not seeing the destruction that is internal to Boulder Valley Ranch. And they also don't see how, over time, the grasslands, as you drive down to Boulder Valley Ranch, all those beautiful grasslands that had the blowing grasses and the breeze, they're just dirt. And I understand that the plague is now under control or something, but that's the only natural control that we had to keep the prairie dogs at bay. The graph that y'all put out, or that shows the big dips when the plague would come, and now it's been rising above any other levels. And now, without any plague mitigation, there's no way that there's going to be any control on the prairie dogs. And it's a hard issue. I mean, the elk up at Rabbit Mountain, I mean, we've introduced hunting to control the elk. I grew up in Michigan. We had to control the deer or they would die a slow, painful death. We think nothing of killing rats. And some of the ways that rats are killed are slow and painful and horrible. I mean, nobody likes to control and kill the animals. But we love our grasslands. We love our open space. And there's got to be something, we've got to do something because it's getting really, really, really bad. I know all the work that y'all are doing with the citizens' input and all that. It just seems so expensive to me to think about all the money that it takes to move them. And then where are we going to move them to? I mean, how do we keep moving them? I think there has to be some control over them, whether it's birth control or, I mean, the plague is a natural control. I don't understand why the plague has been done away with. I have a dog, and it's concerning to me, but when there was plague, I just didn't take my dog out there for a while. And I don't even know if it gets the dogs, but I don't quite understand why the one natural control that we had against the prairie dogs was eliminated. It is a really hard issue, and I know you have to consider a lot of things, but I really urge you to look at, it's not just agriculture, and agriculture is seriously affected by this. It's our grasslands, it's our beauty. It's more than just the agriculture that we've got to save here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Ann. Raymond Bridge, then Judy Snook, and then Paula Schuler.
Good evening. I'm Raymond Bridge, 435 South 38th Street in Boulder, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Boulder County Audubon Society. In general, we agree with the staff recommendations, but we have two general comments. First, it is important to note that the plan being referred to in the staff analysis, despite the misleading abbreviation, is the Grassland Ecosystem Management Plan. It is intended to preserve and manage prairie dogs, a keystone species, but they are to be preserved along with all the other plants and animals of our native grasslands. The southern grasslands are currently functioning well, but we cannot assume that they have an infinite capacity to absorb prairie dogs from every colony in the region that developers have decided to pave over. When City Council directed the Armory prairie dogs to be moved there, they set a precedent that is highly problematic and that was not accounted for in the Grasslands Plan. Second, another important charter purpose that you are charged with defending is preserving local agriculture. Most OSMP agricultural properties are historically used for and are mainly suitable for ranching, grazing, and hay production. Council does not understand this, but few of our properties are suitable for growing vegetables or truck crops. Large numbers of prairie dogs are simply not compatible with agriculture. This is true of our dryland properties as well as the irrigated acres emphasized in the staff analysis. We are in serious danger of violating this charter purpose. The prairie dog populations in the northern part of the system are out of control, particularly on some of the agricultural properties. The vegetation is being destroyed on some of those properties, and so is the livelihood of the lessees. If this isn't remedied soon, we will lose the topsoil and we will drive the lessees to Nebraska. The damage done will not be fixable for generations. You should recommend to City Council that in these cases, lethal control will be required and management of the overpopulation of prairie dogs should be delegated to the lessees to handle as they see fit. Even if suitable relocation sites are available, the finances of the department would not support the relocations that would be required. Both money and staff are limited. We cannot view our open space system as a dumping ground for displaced colonies to assuage the guilt people feel as we reduce the suitable habitat available. Thank you.
Thanks, Ray. Judy Snook. And please not audibly respond. Go ahead. Yeah.
Hi, good evening. I'm Judy Snook, a longtime Boulder resident. I reside at 2305 Glenwood Drive since 1971. I've also been out at Boulder Valley Ranch for over 50 years. I was there before it was Boulder Valley Ranch, and it was a dude string ranch. I love the ranch. I think most of the people who spoke have stated that. It's kind of like my home. I have never seen it as bad as it is now. You get sick and you cry, looking. This morning I went out to feed my horses and they were running in, and I thought, pray, please pray that they won't step into a hole, because there are many, many in the grazing land. I was really hopeful, when the tour came to Boulder Valley Ranch, but they went up to the Eagle Trail trailhead, didn't even look at the ranch, didn't even look at the prairie dogs. I was hopeful, because I think you all need to really see and go down to the ranch and look into the pastures. All you have to do is drive down the road. They're in the road, because that is how you really know, not just a statistic or research. I think it's important to visibly see and the damage that is done. Mesa Lake, up on top of the mesa, is completely destroyed. Some of the grazing land is destroyed. People lease, open space properties. If it keeps going, you will not have any more money. That will be gone. And we can't, I don't think, wait how many years for management plans or whatever to go into effect. These lands, these grazing lands and horse land is going to be gone probably in about 2 years. It doesn't take long because the population of the prairie dogs is huge. I really think it's a critical issue. That ranch is valuable. As I stated in my last speech, it's multi-purpose. It's diverse. The recreation that can go on that land is wonderful, with your bikers, with your hikers, with your dogs, with your horses, with your cattle grazing. I think it's important we preserve our property. And the people that know the land well, of course, were the Indians, but the farmers, that's their livelihood. They know how to preserve the land. They know how to rotate, cattle. They know how to take care of it. Talk to them, include them. I think that's really important. Otherwise, I think what we're going to be looking forward to is a ghost. The ghost, Boulder Valley Ranch, where it'll be barren, there'll be nothing. What we'll be able to see as you take a hike around the ranch, nothing but a bunch of holes. I really, really plead that something be done as soon as possible. I know there's a lot because the population has gotten very huge, but the agriculture land really needs your help and support now, not 2 or 3 years or 2020, because that land will be gone. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Judy. Paula Schuler, then Elizabeth Black, Jackie Rameli, and then Robert O'Donnell.
Yeah. Don't start my time yet. I gotta get organized. Yep. Okay, thanks. Hi, Paula Schuler, 4560 Niwot Road. My husband and I farm 160 acres of private property just south of Brubaker and Stratton, city-owned irrigated ag property. I sent you all a slightly different version of this last night. I just want to run through some pictures really quickly and then get to my message. This is Stratton across the street from us. It was purchased for $3.2 million in 2007, I believe. And in a little over 10 years, 2017, or it was purchased in 2007, that's a typo. In a little over 10 years, it's been decimated by the prairie dogs. This is Stratton blowing in the wind, there's no topsoil. This is Brubaker, the property just to the east of that. It is full of prairie dogs, and I have to contest that mapping that Andy has, because the entire west side of Brubaker is prairie dogs, and the east side has many more than that mapping shows. This is Robert's house. He will talk to you later. His yard and septic field is full of prairie dogs. Again, Brubaker. This is the dust we encounter when the wind blows. This is Johnson North, one of Dwayne Cushman's properties. Johnson South, the arrows are all prairie dog holes. This is all on the way to Boulder Valley Ranch. IBM, Wanda Klinke used to farm this, I believe. She has since left. She was one of your heritage farmers. She is gone from Boulder County. $3.7 million. Bennett, where Wanda Klinke lived, $3.62 million. Those are all prairie dog holes where the arrows were. So where's the balance? Where is the Agricultural Lands Working Group? Who is responsible for protecting irrigated ag properties? Doesn't Boulder have an obligation to live up to the preservation and protection language written in the charter, the open space mission, the grasslands plans, and the ag resources plan? I'm not going to read all those, but I have written down, different messages from each of those. The grassland plan says prairie dog grazing is incompatible with the productivity of irrigated hayfields and the viability of some native grasslands. The agricultural resources plan talks about long-term sustainability, a conservation approach that supports ecological health. They talk about maintaining and enhancing. Waiting for the plague is not the answer, and you're mitigating the plague, so that's kind of a joke to me too. Relocation as a management tool is not working. In the last 3 years, 2016 you relocated 0, 2017 158, and 2018 425. It's not even scratching the surface. There are tens of thousands of prairie dogs on irrigated land throughout the county. The land that was not purchased for prairie dogs and should not have prairie dog occupation per the city's own land objectives. Over $21 million of irrigated lands in my neighborhood, the northern properties, are in conflict with prairie dog occupation. It rises to $25 million if you go out to IBM and the eastern properties. So the Prairie Dog Working Group is only concerned with promoting and sustaining prairie dog colonies. They're concerned with, keeping healthy and sustainable colonies. Why is there a prairie dog group and not an ag land group? Why does the prairie dog supersede the value of irrigated land? You need to value and preserve irrigated ag. Boulder is making recommendations, management strategies, and policies that are destroying properties and livelihood. This needs to stop. When you manage, or in this case, don't manage for only one species, you get yourself into trouble everywhere. 2 years ago, prairie dogs were abundant in Colorado, per the state wildlife. They're now excessive. The city of Boulder needs to value irrigated ag lands and manage appropriately, manage differently for different land objectives. You need more than one prairie dog management strategy or policy. Boulder needs a prairie dog management strategy that will protect irrigated ag lands and allow the use of lethal control. If you value irrigated ag land, if you want sustainable agriculture, and if you want to be a good neighbor, lethal control is appropriate. Heather talked about the community having robust conversations about lethal control. What community? I wasn't involved in those conversations. You need to include us in that community. I think it was people that live in the city. One would think, now you're in the county and you need to expand your community. One would think that it is great and wonderful to have property next to City of Boulder open space. Speaking from experience, it's anything but wonderful. How's your sense of place and wellness? Mine's terrible. It's time for the City of Boulder to be a good neighbor. I'd like to continue the conversation, but with including my community, a community that values agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. Elizabeth Black.
So is this,
Yeah.
so how do you make it go forward?
Elizabeth Black, 4340 North 13th Street. Once upon a time, there was a fair city that bought surrounding farmland to keep it beautiful and productive. Along with the county, they bought thousands of acres of precious irrigated land. Productive private farms bordered their land. One day, 10 little prairie dogs moved onto the city's land. The fair city had a choice. They could kill the 10 little prairie dogs and keep farming, but then they would be very sad. Nobody likes to kill things. So they decided that no prairie dogs would be killed on fair city land. As years went by, the prairie dogs on the city land multiplied by about 30% a year. That's how fast prairie dog populations grow here. Soon the fair city couldn't farm their land anymore because of all the prairie dogs. They were very crowded. Their grass was mostly gone, so the prairie dogs looked for new places to live and new things to eat. The city's neighbors still wanted to farm, so when the prairie dogs moved onto their land, neighbors started killing them. They killed a lot of prairie dogs that year, but the prairie dogs just kept coming. Neighbors killed more prairie dogs the next year. They were very sad because nobody likes to kill things. But still the prairie dogs kept coming. Some neighbors gave up. Some just kept killing prairie dogs and got angrier and angrier. By the end of 10 years, the Fair City's neighbors had killed way more than the original 10 prairie dogs, and there was no end in sight. If they wanted to keep farming, they would just have to keep killing. They were very angry because nobody likes to kill things. If the Fair City had killed the original 10 little prairie dogs on their land, they would have ended up with happy neighbors and productive farmland to grow local food. Instead, the Fair City chose not to kill any prairie dogs. They ended up with eroded, unproductive land that could not grow any crops. They were surrounded with angry neighbors. And most importantly, far, far more prairie dogs had been killed. It was all very sad. No one here lived happily ever after. Your decision not to kill any prairie dogs in Boulder means far more prairie dogs killed in the past and in the future. You've destroyed over 1,000 acres of your own irrigated farmland and way more than that of other people's. There's no place, no money, no staff to move that many prairie dogs. You know quite well their barriers don't work. Please recommend lethal control for irrigated cropland. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Jackie Rameli, Robert O'Donnell, Lynn Shanahan, and then L. Cushman.
Hi, Jackie Rameli, 2305 Dartmouth in Boulder. I'm new to this entire issue. I appreciate everybody's input and the complexity of this issue, but my observations are that the Prairie Dogs Study Group was created, and it seems like it needs to adapt to some of its successes, and we need to really relook at this whole situation. The fact that we no longer allow plague, which was a natural means that nature would control the populations, I'm not sure why we are eradicating plague. I think it's something that they might want to reconsider reintroducing or just allowing it to occur naturally. And then amending the study group, integrating it with the goals of the master plan, open space master plan, particularly the struggles that agriculture is having with the prairie dogs and the importance of agriculture to the overall open space, just what we see, what we experience, the importance of not only our experience of open space, but of the families that are affected by the impacts on their agricultural properties. I wonder if we could look at other programs of moving prairie dogs to areas where there are, up in Fort Collins, there might be, I think they have programs where they integrate with, I'm not saying move them to Fort Collins, but areas where there are programs where they have already introduced the ferret populations. That's what I'm mentioning, not just throwing them up in Fort Collins. And also, we don't want to throw them up, and we don't want to throw them out into the southern Colorado area, which a lot of people, I live down in Trinidad, and I know the impact to the ranchers there. So I think we need to relook at, it's horrible to kill things, but I think that if we do this with the education and the expertise of the staff and do it in a way that we monitor it, I think we need to consider that. My limited view of prairie dogs, I back up into the NIST property, and I've never seen more prairie dogs in my life. They are now nesting in the islands in the parking lot of the NIST property, and they've never been there before. So thank you for your time, and I wish you the best.
Thank you, Jackie. Robert, I think it's O'Donnell.
Thank you. I'm Robert O'Donnell. I live at 7634 North 41st Street. I'm surrounded by the Brubaker Sorensen property and the Stratton property. Paula just showed you those pictures. I'm going to take a different perspective on this and talk to you all about collateral damage and collateral damage to my house. I live on about 4 acres. I have 2 horses. I'm surrounded by prairie dogs, and what have these prairie dogs done? I'll tell you right now. They've crept into my property. They're in my septic field. I used to hay my property in the backyard and the front yard. I've lost about 25 to 30% of that hay property. When they do come in, they've also made it into what I call my lawn that I irrigate. They're in there. The collateral damage also is, you saw the Stratton, the Sorensen, the Brubaker is a dust bowl. And we have some farmers out there and some ranchers that have their cows. And the collateral damage also is, I don't know what those cows eat when they're out there grazing, but they know what's on my side. And guess what happens? In midsummer, the little calves blast right through that 4-strand barbed wire fence. They don't give a rat's poop about that. The farmer and the rancher is very nice. He always fixes the fence, but I continue to battle that. And so my question to you all is, as far as stewards for the land, you all continue to buy open space. You continue to buy open space, but you don't take care of the open space you currently have. And that is my property. And you're not doing anything for me. And I continue to spend hundreds of dollars. I'm out there. I try pellets. I'm trying gasoline now, throwing it in the holes and everything. And my horses, I have 2 horses, 24 years old. And as the ladies have said and the people have said at the ranch, I'm kind of scared to let them go out there. And so I challenge you all to really take a look at this. And when we hear from this group, I've lived out there for 30 years. When I moved there and the Brubakers owned it, there was nothing. All of that land, 109 acres to the east of me, was hayed and it was irrigated. Guys, that picture right there that Paula showed you when the wind blows, it's a dust bowl. And the coyotes, someone mentioned, maybe they said this, you should see the coyotes. They are the most mangy, ratty looking, they look like overgrown rats right now. So again, folks, please, the money you talk about budget cuts, the money you just spent on the J Road property at 61st and J, I bet that would have helped me put up a barrier around my fence or help eradicate the prairie dogs in the Brubaker Stratton. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Robert. Lynn Shanahan and then L. Cushman.
Well, I'm not very good at this, but I've been sitting and listening, and I thought I had to talk. I'm 73 years old, and I've lived in this county for 73 years. I can remember about 5 or 6 prairie dog towns, and there's decent-sized prairie dog towns, but it's kind of out of the way. Now they're everywhere. I mean, I don't know if you guys have taken any tours or not. You know, most people drive down the road and take a look at the prairie dog town. They don't see very much of the prairie dog town. They just think, well, there's, there it is. It doesn't reach very far. Well, it reaches a long ways, it does. And if you get out there in them prairie dog towns, and something I've seen in the last 2 years, is these towns are getting so overgrown that they're not just eating the grass, now they're digging the roots up for the grass. I can take you up on the Rocky Flats, I can take you a lot of places where they've dug, you see little holes about 2 to 3 inches deep, and that's where the roots were, the grass and even the weeds. They're eating the cactus. It's not fair to the prairie dog. And, I like prairie dogs. I have nothing against prairie dogs as long as they ain't destroying stuff. But when people start thinking they're God and they've got to take away the natural, the plague and stuff, when you start playing like you're God, you're going to mess things up bad. And it's getting messed up. And there's a reason for the plague. God put the plague on this earth for a reason. When they get built up, it takes care of them. It's kind of like you guys going to start taking care of the little cottontails after, ever so many years, cottontails all get sick and they get down to dang near nothing and they come back again. You guys probably should take care of them little cottontails too. So when you're thinking about this, you need to think a little bit further than just what you can see from the highway. You need to get out and walk around and look at and see what's happening. I know up behind me out there in Blackers, there's a big prairie dog town, and they was eating the cactus and everything. And the plague came through. In a matter of 2 weeks, it was all gone. Matter of about 2.5 years, they're starting back again. They taking just, it's Mother Nature. Don't screw with Mother Nature. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Lynn. Then L. Cushman. And Leah L. is pooling.
Hi, good evening. I'm Elle Cushman, 13450 North 75th Street. I'm pooling time with my sister if I need it, but I might not. But wow, thank you so much for all that's been said. I mean, I hardly have really anything to say, but yet I feel like I have to too, Lynn. This is so tricky. We're at a historic moment right now in open space. Since the beginning of this system, there hasn't been lethal control on these properties. I think they wanted to try it, and they saw how tough it was. That article in the newspaper today, Dwayne didn't know that was happening. He got a call yesterday. I read some of the comments on prairie protection, and somebody's calling for lethal control of Boulder's ranchers instead. I mean, it's tough. Like, we've heard a lot of support on this side, but there is that side still that you're gonna have to face, and it's time somebody make the decision. I mean, it's time they make the decision or not make the decision regardless. It is make or break time. You can talk about, during the ag plan, when I was talking to city council, I picked a few quotes, and I kind of decided not to use this one, but it was probably the most important one, and I'm going to say it. Ron Stewart said during the 40th year anniversary of county open space that much of this success of this program is due entirely to these families' willingness to convert their homestead properties to open space. They were able to still extract much of the value from their land, but they would have made more from developers, but they chose not to convert them to cul-de-sac infested neighborhoods. And they mostly did it because they wanted to maintain their family's foothold here in Boulder and in Colorado and preserve their heritage of agriculture, our rich heritage of agriculture. That's what this place was started on. And they threw their most valuable resource into the hat too, their next generation. That's these guys. They've put their whole career, this whole fifth generation on this, and this is where we are. We're not even through the first generation of this experiment, and it is failing. It is not an enviable task right now. There's Colorado revised statutes you can fall back on. There's a lot that support protecting your property, not the land property, your crops and livestock from nuisance, which they declared the prairie dog as after they reached certain levels. Dwayne, the one thing that was unfortunate that didn't make it into the paper, has always maintained that you're never going to get rid of all the prairie dogs, and you wouldn't want to anyway because them birds like eating them. And he proposed selecting places with the other groups, the Audubon Society, where would be the best placement, in their opinion, of things for them to remain, and having a policy where it's a prairie dog island, fellas, but if you leave here, that's it. You can't have a threshold without having some means or measure once you surpass that threshold. Otherwise, you get that. The 24% threshold has no check to it. There's no point in having it. And I just appreciate all everybody is doing on this. It is the biggest challenge that we are facing it is historic. And thank you very much for sitting up there. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Al. One more. Okay, John Hartnagel.
I'm John Hartnagel, and I live at 1410 South Foothills Highway in Boulder County. I'm not currently involved in agriculture in Boulder County, but I was for many years. And I leased a ranch on Rock Creek, southwest of Louisville, for many years. And I also leased the Bowes Farm on Dillon Road, and with that farm came a piece of property adjacent to the ranch that I leased and lived on, between the Hardaway property and US 36, and we had a prairie dog town. And we had some people that would capture them and turn them out there, and we tried a lot of things to deal with the prairie dogs, but we had absolutely no grazing available on that piece of ground. Once in a while we would put our cows in there in the wintertime and feed them, but there was no grazing available at all. I just got it because I leased the farm. And we let people shoot them. We had owls in the area. We had a lot of coyotes in the area. We had all kinds of predators, and we never eliminated or even reduced much the population of the prairie dog. I don't think you need to worry about the prairie dog. The prairie dog is going to be fine. The prairie dog is going to survive. And the policies of the Boulder, City of Boulder and open space and mountain parks have contributed to the propagation of the prairie dog. And it's become a problem, and I think it's something that you need to deal with. If you've ever gone to Casper, Wyoming, and gone north on the interstate, there's a huge area there that the state of Wyoming just struggles by all means that they can to control them from taking over the entire state of Wyoming. You don't need to worry about the prairie dog. It's not an endangered species, and in Boulder County, it's out of control. I might mention one more thing. I am on the board of the Pioneer Cemetery, the Valmont Pioneer Cemetery, and we have to battle the prairie dogs on that property constantly because the City of Boulder owns the property next door and they don't do anything about it. So thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, John. Leah, no one else has? Okay, then we'll close the public comment on the hearing and return back to the board. Maybe we ought to see if people have questions for staff.
Heather, I'd like to
Fire away.
put on my microphone. You guys can hear me? Yeah. Okay. I'd like to talk about lethal control. You gave us this lovely handout that had some historic background information on the ordinances that are pertaining to lethal control. Could you just give me a 1 or 2 sentence summary of what we have here so that we can have it entered into into the tape for everybody.
Sure, I would actually ask Val Matheson to come up and do that because I want to make sure that it's as accurate as possible.
Okay.
I'm just going to ask for a copy of that so I could kind of.
Is this it?
It's just a summary of the urban wildlife management plan and
And thanks for pulling that together. I really appreciate it.
So what this information is going through is the city's ordinance, so the Wildlife Protection Ordinance, which was the first step in how we manage lethal control, then the Urban Wildlife Management Plan, which is our guiding management plan for city lands, and then the chapter of that plan as the prairie dog component of the Urban Wildlife Management Plan.
Okay. And just to clarify, open space still qualifies as city lands, and so the Urban Wildlife Management Plan applies directly to open space lands.
Correct. So even though most of that land is in the county, since it's owned by the city, those municipal codes govern that land as well.
Okay. Thank you. So under what is written here, in the 6-step process, with step 1, minimize conflicts. So basically, you have to go through the 6 steps, or the 4 steps leading up to 5, evaluate the use of trapping and lethal control through carbon dioxide chambers, and 6, apply fume against the burrows if the above steps are not feasible.
Right, so the 6-step process is kind of the guiding philosophical process of if you, before you get to lethal control, you have to have considered all other possibilities. So it's a stepwise process to consider the least impactful options before you get to lethal control, which would be the kind of last step on through that process.
Okay.
Question, excuse me, related to that. Is this process gone through for each property, or do we ever do a programmatic analysis that says, looking at all the irrigated ag lands, let's step through this in a programmatic way and then reach a programmatic decision as to what to do? Do we ever do that?
I can tell you historically, it's been on a parcel or property basis. So whether it's private land or city-owned land, it's whenever we've come to a point where prairie dogs have to be removed from any property, private or public, in the city or governed by municipal code, and then we go through that 6-step decision-making process for that parcel.
Do you think a programmatic analysis could be done, though? I mean, we've got a lot of staff data showing the cost of various means and the impacts. Would it be possible to do a programmatic analysis of, say, irrigated ag lands and reach a programmatic decision through this process so that you wouldn't have to go through it and prove each step for each parcel?
Yeah, it'd be hard for me to think about that. Usually, we have liked to look at the extent of the land where the colony is to make sure we're exploring all options. And parcels vary by parcels, conditions, and what's feasible. So certainly something to look at. It'd be hard for me to speak to whether that would be feasible in practice.
Okay.
Val, given the current situation, what we've heard about tonight and what we know about, it strikes me that and I looked at this earlier, the 6-step process, the Open Space Mountain Parks Department has actually met almost all of these steps, or could very readily. And I think, you know, given the current situation, it might merit moving ahead in a fairly forthright manner, and maybe not belaboring the fact that we need to go through additional process or get additional information. It just strikes me that the department basically has done this except for making a final decision. Would you agree?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's really valid. The six-step decision-making process is just that. It's a decision-making process. It doesn't mean a thesis has to be written on each step of that process. It's that, have you considered these, and can you document why that would or would not work? And sometimes that's, a couple of sentences, for example, for a development site where you're going to put a building where prairie dogs are. Step one is, could you do nothing with those prairie dogs? Well, really that's not feasible, and that's the case for all those steps. Sometimes the first four are just not feasible by circumstance.
Can you explain to us where we are sort of procedurally? Is it the case that the landowners have not applied for a permit, so no one's gone through this process, or that people have gone through the process but haven't yet reached essentially step 5 or steps? I'm sort of trying to understand where this discussion fits into the permitting process.
So are you talking about irrigated agriculture and open space?
Well, let's start, at least that's, I think, the highest priority example.
Yeah, so open space has not gone through this process, so hasn't applied for a permit or gone through the steps of obtaining a lethal control permit.
Right, so the landowner that has to apply for the permit so it's us, not the lessee.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, the ordinance was specifically written, so it's always the landowner who has to apply, not the manager, not the lessee, but the landowner.
Very tiny question. You've mentioned carbon dioxide twice, and I'm wondering if you mean carbon monoxide?
I don't. So carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide are used in two different ways in lethal control of prairie dogs. Carbon monoxide is a fumigant that is pumped into burrows as lethal control, and it can either be cartridges or it can be a perk system, an exhaust system. Carbon dioxide is used when the prairie dogs are trapped, and then they are euthanized or killed with that gas kind of in a chamber system. And the reason that that is done prior to carbon monoxide in the ground is because less non-targets are affected when you take the prairie dog out of the ground and you kill it with carbon dioxide than when you pump carbon monoxide into the entire burrow system and kill everything that's in it.
Thank you.
What rights does a neighbor have when it's, not about the prairie dogs on their land, but when it's the prairie dogs from a neighboring property? I gather since it's the landowner that has to apply for the permit, the neighbor has no rights per se in this. They have to wait for the prairie dogs to get onto their property, and then they obtain rights to go through the process.
Well, it depends on where you're talking about. So a lot of the agricultural properties in open space are in the county. So when a prairie dog leaves city-owned agricultural land in the county and goes to county property that's privately owned, they have nothing to do with this municipal process of our 6-step decision-making process. So they're not engaged in that.
Sure.
Val, I have a hypothetical.
Love those.
I knew you were waiting for one. Under the provisions of the Urban Wildlife Management Plan, if prairie dogs on irrigated agricultural lands owned by the city of Boulder were live trapped and then transported elsewhere, and in this hypothetical, it would be to Fort Collins for, not for reintroduction, for actually Black-footed Ferret at the Black-footed Ferret Recovery Center or the Raptor Rehabilitation Center. Would that be considered lethal control under the auspices of the Urban Wildlife Management Plan?
It is considered lethal control, and that's a good point or distinction. So as you go through the 6-step decision-making process, as you get down on those steps, the first tier in lethal control is donating those animals to a wildlife recovery program like the Black-footed Ferret or a Raptor Rehab Center. So that is the preferred, I would say, within the city's 6-step decision-making process. That's the preferred way to do lethal control because the other organisms, animals are benefiting from that. But you're also limiting non-target lethal control because you're trapping those animals. But yeah, it's lethal control.
And can you give us a dollar figure for that?
For trapping them and giving them to the black-footed ferret, I can't. It's something I could look into. It would be pretty close to trapping for relocation, but without having to build the infrastructure of the nesting boxes at the receiving site. But a lot of the time and costs associated with relocation is in the upfront trapping of the animals.
But it strikes me that there's a whole chunk of the labor cost that's not involved.
At the receiving site.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, so what happens when we
So
donate?
it must be less than,
Yeah, it would be less. I mean, they
but
trap
you don't
them.
have any sense of the scale?
Of proportion of how much less? I don't. We haven't donated to the black-footed ferret program since 2009. So I'm out of date with what that cost.
Is the receiving site a place where the prairie dogs sort of live in burrows, or is it more like just basically throwing a prairie dog in a cage and?
For the black-footed ferret
Yeah.
program? Oh, so what happens is you trap the prairie dogs like you were doing a relocation, and then you'll have some sort of trailer set up where, all your males are put together and the female prairie dogs are put together, and the prairie dogs are held, and at certain increments they are brought live to the black-footed ferret program, where then they're held and treated for plague and fleas, and there's kind of a quarantine system so that you're not bringing disease to those black-footed ferrets. So really on our end, we're just trapping them, holding them for a while, sort of grouping them, and then transporting them to Fort Collins.
So in the use of, the irony of it all, and this is an editorial comment that you can turn around and pretend that you didn't hear, but the irony of it all for me is that, especially for the ferret recovery program, that we want ferrets to eat what they would normally eat, and we want them to know how to eat what they would normally eat. So the irony of it is that when we would reintroduce ferrets out on the ground, we don't consider that to be lethal control. And I'm just having trouble with saying, okay, we're trying to make a beneficial use out of this management decision, and yet, it's considered such that it has to go through a pretty extensive bureaucratic process. I just find that ironical, which is an editorial comment, and you don't need to respond.
So I have a question. This is probably for open space staff, but is there some sort of target for the number of acres that we would want prairie dog occupied, or number of prairie dogs? There's sort of aggregate level targets that we would measure. I understand there's issues with specific properties, and I want to put that to the side for a moment, but just in an aggregate sense, where our prairie dog head count is, or whatever the right metric might be for measuring relative to where we want to be on an
I
aggregate
actually have a
basis.
slide of that, if I can have
Oh.
the.
And I'm hoping that your slide addresses north versus south as well.
It does not.
the
It's
system in
it's
whole.
aggregate measures.
Okay.
Although the information is in there, so we can certainly talk about that. So the Grassland Ecosystem Management Plan sets those specific thresholds and goals that you're talking about. And you'll just have to close your eyes, because I'm going to have to flip through a whole
Heather?
slides to get there.
It strikes me that the backside of this page is the Grasslands Ecosystem Management Plan.
Yeah, it's a very
That's
brief-
your thing. Could you integrate your answer in terms of numbers with these policies as you're speaking?
Sure, a little bit.
So that we get both the policies and the numbers.
A little bit, yes.
Okay.
So I have other slides on the grassland plan too,
Okay.
if you want to do some of that. So this is a subset of the prairie dog goals that are contained. It's called the viability criteria contained within the grassland plan. There are others that are attached to the associated species, so goals for numbers of nesting burrowing owls and that type of thing. But these are the ones that are really specifically related to prairie dog occupation. And so one of the things that the grassland plan does is it sets up different management designations for each prairie dog colony. And so those are transition and removal areas, which largely lie on irrigated agriculture or conflict areas, grassland preserves, which are the big habitat blocks, prairie dog conservation areas, which are often smaller, more isolated parcels, but where open space doesn't really have any other management priorities that conflict with the prairie dogs, and then multiple objective areas. So grassland preserves, prairie dog conservation areas, and multiple objective areas are generally areas where we either strive to have prairie dogs or are willing to have prairie dogs in the case of multiple objective areas. So that first one is what percentage of all the prairie dogs that we have occur within those three management categories. So essentially where we would want them or would be okay with them. And good is defined as we want at least 70% of our prairie dog acres to fit within those categories. So less than 30% in conflict areas. And currently in 2018, we were good. So 77% of the prairie dog acres occur within those three management categories. Now, again, it's not quite that simple, and so maximizing as many acres as possible within those three management designations brings with it other trade-offs, especially in the grassland preserves. So the grassland preserve occupancy goals are to have between 10 to 26%, and that's really based on having thriving prairie dog populations that can support those associated species, but not going beyond a threshold where they are sort of the dominant community type on the landscape. So for that, what we would like to see is that all three of our grassland preserves, north, east, and south, fall within those goals. Currently, the South Grassland Preserve falls below that level. It's at about 2%. And then the North and the East Grassland Preserve fall above the top of the threshold. So we're poor because we're out of that range on both ends of the spectrum, but in different areas. And then the extent of overall active prairie dog colonies, so kind of the how many do we want total, is essentially between 800 acres at a low end, which is essentially 10% of the grassland preserves. So we would love not to drop below that number so that we still have thriving prairie dogs in our large habitat blocks, supporting predators and other associated species, and doing all of the things that they do in large habitat blocks as a keystone species. But then 3,137 is sort of the top, and that's also kind of tied to the two above and not going above those thresholds. And so we're in the fair category there. Our populations, as you've seen, have been growing pretty extensively over the last several years. So probably about 2014, we crossed that threshold, which is interesting because, as I just said, the populations in the South are very low. So we're sort of over the top of that threshold with only a portion of our system really contributing to that. Were there other pieces of that, Karen, that you were hoping to get in there?
I am still confused, and maybe it's just the terminology of what a transition area is.
Sure. So the names really, the idea of a transition area is if it's a prairie dog colony, which it was if it received a management designation, it was a prairie dog colony at the time of the grassland plan creation. We would like to transition it away from prairie dogs to whatever it is that the management priority is there. For most of those properties, that's irrigated agriculture. There are a few for which it's a rare plant community, or it's for ecological reasons, where we'd like to transition out of prairie dog occupation and into maintaining that plant community without prairie dogs. The removal transition area distinction is not huge. It has to do with how many different criteria they met for designation. So the transition areas tend to also have some other things going on when prairie dogs are on them. So they tend to have what we would consider sort of priority predator species. So those are colonies that may be irrigated agriculture, but they may frequently have a hunting golden eagle on them. So there's kind of a flip side to those where they also are providing some benefits to associated species while having the conflicts with the priority management on the property. The big distinction between those is that in the grassland ecosystem management plan, on transition areas, we would only use lethal control for 20 or fewer animals. So that was essentially intended to be after relocation or a significant population decline. We could use lethal control for what we call the untrappables, which we have done in recent years. After an extended relocation operation, sometimes there are a handful of animals that you just can't get to go into a trap. On removal areas, there's no limitation like that.
And what type of lethal control then is used for those last 20?
The last couple of examples that we have done that, it has been the carbon monoxide in the borough. So because they are untrappables, that already eliminates the trapping them and donating them or trapping them and euthanizing them, because they're not going to go into a trap. So it's in borough, and carbon monoxide is thought to be one of the most humane for that purpose.
Could you talk for just a minute or two, I know it's a big subject, about excuse me, the county's approach, county open space? They take a really different approach, and I don't know if they would say they're being successful or not, but maybe you could just describe the differences between what they're doing, what we're doing right now. I think it would be useful.
I can certainly talk about it as I understand it, which is probably missing some of the nuances in their approaches. So they do have a similar approach in that they have management designations for their colonies. But on their colonies that are designated as no prairie dog areas, which I think are sort of analogous to transition and removal areas, those sites where they would like not to have prairie dogs, they do use lethal control. As far as I understand, that is largely done either through trapping and donating to the ferret site or to raptor sites, or they do have one of the what's called a PERC machine, which is pressurized exhaust, essentially, that's pumped into the burrows. So I think those are their two primary tools. That is handled, I believe, by their agricultural program. They have a crew and do it in-house, not with contractors for the most part. And as far as whether they're successful or not, I'm a little bit reticent to answer that, because I don't have all of their up-to-date data on how it's going. I do know that Therese Kalawaki on the field trip did suggest that the occupation of their no prairie dog areas was higher than what their goals are. The reasons for that I don't know, though.
And Kurt, on the field trip with the handout that Therese gave out, their no prairie dog areas have 4% occupancy as of 2018. So they are close to achieving their no prairie dog goal for those areas. And she said about 1,500 prairie dogs per year went through this lethal control process.
And that includes both fumigation and trapping.
Carbon monoxide and trapping.
To the ferret program.
Yep.
I think another component of their program is an annual reporting. They do an annual meeting that reports activities at the end of every year.
The other thing that's different about the county that I noted is the goal for their highest occupation is 35%, as opposed to, I think, 26%, is that right, for city lands? And that's, of course, on their larger habitat conservation areas where they want to have prairie dogs.
Right.
And on their multiple objective areas.
And they are working fairly actively to try to create a prairie ecosystem area for reintroduction of ferret, as I understand.
In collaboration with other
landowners, yes.
And the other graph that was given out on the field trip shows how the county populations have been have had peaks far less than the city populations. And I wonder, and I don't have the data to answer it or the knowledge to answer it, whether that's because of their ongoing lethal control year after year, or do you have any insights into that?
I really don't, no.
I do have one comment related to that. Their system is almost the opposite of ours, where they are mostly cropland. When you look at their number of acres, they have a higher ratio of cropland to native grassland, where we're the other way. We're higher native grassland, lower cropland.
So maybe just as a process check-in here, we've really been asked two questions, one of which concerns the very detailed presentation, which has a lot of parts and subparts, think there's the first question is how we want to tackle providing feedback on that, which is sort of, as I understand, is sort of feedback within the terms of, what is being asked. And then there's a second issue, obviously, about whether there's something we want to say about matters that, were not discussed in the presentation. I don't know if anyone has a motion or a particular suggestion on how to sort of tackle those two things. I think, in my mind, they're two different questions, but whatever, people feel is the most efficient way to begin, I do think we probably begin structuring our feedback.
May I offer?
Please.
But I'd like to offer a motion to start the conversation. But before that, I do want to express appreciation and thank you to the staff for an extensive review and the content of the information that we got. It was extremely helpful and I think enlightening for many of us, and we appreciate the hard work and effort that you put into it. So having said that, I'd like to offer a motion. I'm going to read it so that Leah can accurately take it. I'd like to move that the Open Space Board of Trustees accept the staff recommendations for a phased implementation of the Prairie Dog Working Group Phase 2 recommendations, including modifying the scale of some recommendations and deferring some selected recommendations given staffing, budgeting, and timing considerations. And to facilitate the discussion, we drafted some motion language that we're hoping that we can work from that would provide some guidance for the conversation. The other comment, which is not part of the motion, is that I think this is complicated enough that it probably warrants several motions. So this would be kind of the first one that speaks to the staff request in the packet.
Does Leah have your first motion?
It's right there.
No, what you just said. Yeah, is it?
It's omitting your first, looks like, if I understood you, you were not reading your first paragraph, you were reading the second.
Yeah, the first paragraph of that was kind of an overarching statement for council's consideration of the board's, general position. So that's kind of provides some context then for the rest of the motion.
All right, well, we should just be clear whether, do you want your motion to just be what you read out loud, which would be OSBT supports the OSMP staff recommendation, and then through number 1 as a standalone motion, or do you want the preamble?
Since we're constitutionally focused, the preamble would be fine. So I think it would be worth us kind of going over the entire thing and deciding what makes the most sense and is most clear for council's consideration.
Okay.
So the entire thing, but I did want to speak directly to the staff's request in the packet as far as our action.
Which is your second paragraph, particularly, and subparts thereafter?
Yeah,
How many more pages are there?
Look ahead.
So why don't you scroll down just so we can visually see it, then we're going to need to read the whole thing.
Wow. Okay.
There, yeah. So there are 2 parts to it.
Okay, it's because the people on TV can't see what you're seeing. Whenever you're ready, you should just read whatever you want the formal motion to be.
Okay.
And then we'll.
I will read the entire thing. The Open Space Board of Trustees supports the protection and preservation of high-quality, ecologically viable native grassland ecosystems using management and restoration to achieve the long-term health and biodiversity of the natural communities that characterize the Boulder Valley. To achieve this end, we focus on the varied and complex components of the natural communities rather than management of single species. Further, the Open Space Board of Trustees supports protecting and wisely using the city's historic water rights on open space and mountain parks lands to preserve water resources and agricultural production as defined in the city charter. Next paragraph. The Open Space Board of Trustees supports the Open Space Mountain Parks staff recommendations in the April 10, 2019 memo to the Open Space Board of Trustees titled Prairie Dog Working Group Phase 2 Recommendations Update with Staff Analysis, Phasing, and Preliminary Implications of Implementation, and recommends to City Council the following. 1, phased implementation of the Prairie Dog Working Group Phase 2, including modifying the scale and timing of specific recommendations, including taking actions to proactively address 10% of defined conflict areas annually and evaluating and providing barriers on open space mountain parks lands adjoining high conflict areas with neighboring private lands, and deferring selected Phase 2 recommendations listed at the top of page 8 of the April 10, 2019 memo to the Open Space Board of Trustees based on budgeting, work planning, and further evaluation of benefits, including 1, a pilot application tool to score parcels being proposed for new acquisitions or easements related to prairie dog conservation. 2, annually identifying and mapping areas of conflict with adjoining private lands. 3, creating surveys to gauge public awareness or campaigning for more public awareness. And 4, further public education and cooperation with community groups to identify conservation practices, programs, and funding mechanisms that could support that should be grassland restoration and mitigation of conflicts on agricultural lands. 2, details for a comprehensive review and update of the grassland ecosystem management plan will be integrated into the approval and implementation of the Open Space Mountain Parks Master Plan and include 1, updates of vegetation maps and habitat suitability model. 2, changes to criteria for determining prairie dog conservation areas. 3, a plague management plan with a full array of management actions. 4, a timeline and set of strategies for pursuing reintroduction of black-footed ferrets.
So I have a question. Is a lot of that verbatim from their recommendations?
Yes.
I mean, so I'm just throwing this out. I'm not proposing it. We could have a motion that says we support their recommendations, but it wouldn't spell it out then for council what they are.
Or the public.
The public, yeah.
We wanted to be clear on what.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, thank you.
Is everyone stunned?
No.
I'll be glad to second the motion.
So, as written, I have concerns that this will do little to immediately address concerns on Boulder Valley Ranch specifically and northern grasslands in slightly more general context.
Correct.
Yes, that is correct. This is not intended to do that, so there will need to be additional motions.
Right. This is, in a sense, answering question 1.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
As opposed to.
Without moving on to that discussion, if we voted on this motion, could we potentially hamstring ourselves in further discussion on how to more proactively address concerns in the northern grasslands?
That's a good question, and I would say that we don't necessarily have to vote on this motion until we consider further motions. Would that be correct?
You can imagine a motion that went beyond this, maybe didn't conflict with a lot of it, was in concert with a lot of it, but went beyond it.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
So you could either augment this motion, or what I was thinking is that we didn't want such a complex motion, that to break it up into parts so that it would be clearer for people.
Yeah.
What if we had a motion that says we generally support the recommendation of the staff, blah, 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 but in addition to their recommendations, here are areas where we feel we should augment, blah, blah, blah. I mean, would that be an approach?
I would really like us to avoid 4-page motions or 3-page motions and make them more discrete.
Yeah.
And they might be a series.
And I think in this case, I agree with that because of both the importance of the topic and the interest in the community. I think clarity and thoroughness is desirable.
There's a question in the discussion of the motion which has been seconded. So the comprehensive review of the formerly known as Grassland Ecosystem Management Plan, was that language taken from?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, generally, yes.
I would just mention that one difference here is that it puts the plague management plan and pursuing reintroduction of black-footed ferrets under that umbrella of updating the grassland plan.
Well,
That is one change.
Yeah, and the reason I ask is if the idea is that we are to integrate those into the master plan, that's not implementation, that's actually into the approval. I'm just a little concerned that we have taken an awful lot of prairie dog specific stuff, some of which may have complexity and fair amount of timeline associated, but you're better at speaking.
Well,
this than I
I'm
am.
just wondering,
I just want to make sure
I'm wondering
we're
what
not-
the intent here is. So there's, the master plan is wrapping up with its final language for outcomes and strategies. After the master plan is approved, there's going to be a several-month process in which we will be planning out which initiatives need to occur when. So we will be looking at, when does the forest ecosystem management plan need to be updated? When do we perhaps turn our attention to the east? When does the grassland management plan need to be updated? And so as looking at how to implement the master plan, there will be a several-month process of what our planning initiatives will look like for the next few years in order to fully implement our goals. And so my question to Dave is, was the intention to put the scheduling for the update to the grassland ecosystem management in that context when we're scheduling out all of our other planning initiatives? Or was your intent to actually incorporate specific strategies and goals into the draft master plan right now? If it's that,
No.
that would be a huge lift.
It is not that, it is the former.
Okay.
So I think we're going to need, and that was my concern, was if we're now talking about putting black-footed ferrets and all that into the master plan, that's.
Would it be clearer to reach your concern if instead of the word details, if it said the schedule?
I think Dan's saying it might be hard to have the schedule even figured out by the time we're adopting the master plan.
No, for the implementation of the master plan. The implementation has the schedule.
Of the master plan.
But the master plan doesn't currently have black-footed ferret reintroduction as a, correct me if I'm wrong, it doesn't, that's not a strategy in the current.
That's not the intent of this. The intent of this is to have the master plan emphasize the importance of moving ahead on updating the grassland ecosystem management plan. The concern is that the master plan provides the context for the further resource management plans, and that I don't know, some of us are concerned that if we start doing an ad hoc kind of action or management planning, that we lose that context, that, that guidance, and that we end up, kind of going all over the place. And what this is attempting to do is to have the master plan say, okay, this is one of the important next steps that, follows the approval of the master plan.
So I still think what I'm hearing is that when we schedule the comprehensive review and update of the Grassland Ecosystem Management Plan shall be determined and dictated through sort of the implementation phase of the master plan when we're scheduling out when things ought to be done.
Yes, absolutely.
So this number 2 is about scheduling when we will do a comprehensive update. And what we're saying through this motion is that that will be determined upon after the completion of the master plan and to be scheduled at that time. And I don't know if, Darren, if you want to maybe quickly talk about how post-master plan implementation looks like, that phase, so maybe add some context to that if that's possible.
I will do my best. And hi, Dave. I'm Darren Wagner, project manager for the master plan. So
Glad you're here.
Thank you, as we are with you.
Yeah, I have to turn my mic off now.
So we are, doing our best, even at this stage, to try and anticipate relationships with the 2020 work plan. But really, the guidance for the master plan picks up with year 2021 and beyond, as it relates to actual integration with the projects and plans and programs that can get to work on advancing the master plan. But so we have to wait until the master plan is fully, adopted in September, and then we'll use, the final quarter of this year, the first quarter of next year to start fully integrating into that work planning process that Lauren was giving you a sense of earlier, and that's what gets us ahead, into the remainder of 2020 as much as we can, but then 2021 and beyond.
So during those months after the adoption of the master plan, we'll start to develop schedules when some of these plans are going to be reviewed and updated.
Yes, and the other addition to this is to mention too, Dave, that we'll work more on this next week with the full board. But as we look to any changes in our planning framework, we've committed to come back to the board and update and engage with you early next year. And so I think that those two conversations would necessarily come together.
And I don't know if this is helpful, but if your point in 2 is to say, this is something that's really important to get started on soon, it should be a high priority for open space, that doesn't have to go in the master plan. We can just put that down as a marker, because we've realized from the beginning that not everything open space is doing that's important is going to be folded into the master plan. So again, I don't know if that's helpful, but we can make a strong statement about the importance of all of these things, and it can be done parallel to the master plan. Now, maybe you feel that gives up something. That would be understandable.
Are you suggesting, Kurt, that this could start this year while we're still trying to finish the master plan?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything that necessarily ties the prairie dog work into the master plan. In fact, I think we've sort of thought...
I see it as a staff limitation issue.
Well, I absolutely agree with that, but I'm just saying we don't have to have the prairie dog process be constrained by the master plan schedule.
If I could just quickly, so the schedule of the update of the grassland plan will probably be driven by a variety of things. Staff capacity is one of them. The other is having the necessary data to feed into the process. And so I think the staff recommendation on rolling some of these recommendations, and it's a fairly short list, into a comprehensive update for the grassland plan was just an attempt to make sure that those weren't done in isolation without, the implications for everything else in the grassland plan that changes to those might create. And so just making sure that that was a comprehensive planning process where we had a full suite of stakeholders providing feedback and, making those in a wise way. And so I think staff recommendation largely had to do with just making sure that it was in the context of a larger grassland plan update. As far as the timing, we had tried to put dates on everything that we could put dates on, so there was some certainty for decision makers and the public. And for something like an update of one of our major plans, that seemed to be something that maybe fit best within the framework of the master plan, because we had heard from, I think, probably OSBT and City Council, just a desire to make sure that prairie dog management was not sort of on the sidelines on its own track while we were undertaking a master plan.
Would it articulate the things that we've been discussing here if we revise this slightly to say, instead of details, schedule for a comprehensive review and an update of the Grasslands Ecosystem Management Plan will be detailed through the approval and implementation?
And what if you just drop the word approval? Then you're tying it into the implementation process that Dan and Darren have talked about, that there was these updates. And that way we don't have to have this all done in a month, because the draft master plan's coming out in a month.
Yes, that was the intent, was to have this incorporated into the implementation.
Let's see if this is consistent for what we think we're going to do.
I think that that would be appropriate. We're looking at one of the final sections of the master plan to give us an indication sort of from a general action standpoint about our general sense of priorities. But then again, the details of and the schedules of how we implement need to be worked out necessarily after approval. But it might be that some of the input here could inform those general priorities, those general intentions to say, pursue this in the short term, but then the mechanics of how and when we do that would be worked out after.
So in the last bullet, you say pursuing reintroduction. I'm not sure whether you mean evaluating, which is obviously one step prior, or whether you mean that we're voting to reintroduce black-footed ferrets, and the only detail is working out the schedule at a later date. That's a pretty major step. That's a major step for us to take right now, just to say thou shalt reintroduce black-footed ferrets, work out the schedule later. I don't know that we've had the discussion from staff that would make me comfortable saying right now.
Well, as Heather pointed out, those last two bullet points right now are not part of the Grassland Master Management Plan. So
would it help if we eliminated the word pursuing and put possible?
Yeah, or evaluating, or I'm fine with sort of, or possible, or evaluate, any of those kind of words that say, let's take a good hard look at this. I just don't want us to be voting today on whether to actually do it.
The words on page 23 that's referenced there are determine the feasibility, trade-offs, and issues associated with ferret reintroduction.
Yeah, kind of a study type.
we have recommended a whole sequence and timeline associated with that bullet point. And my fear would be is that if that was the appropriate timeline for the Black-footed ferret, would it slow down the rest of the plan because that schedule may be off with other components that we could more quickly get to with the Grassland Ecosystem Management Plan, and we could set ourselves up for a much longer planning process.
Because some of that will be out of our control about whether we can create the space and et cetera.
To prevent us from accidentally obligating ourselves into something we didn't mean to say, and honoring the fact that staff has done an immense amount of work into putting in timelines and looking at pros and cons and what needs to happen before something else, I'd rather strike all these bullet points. I think the essential nugget here is that the grassland plan is important. We want to do the planning associated with it, and an update to honor some aspects of the Prairie Dog Working Group. And because of that, you know, as we said in the part above, some things have to be a little deferred to allow that planning to take place. Do we need to go into the level of detail for the bullets? Is what I'm trying to argue.
No.
Okay.
The only attempt there was just to have council be able to, you know, have a sense of, okay, this is kind of what we're talking about.
Well, I mean, we could just make it super simplified. It's like the reason we want to do a comprehensive review and update of the grassland plan is update maps, talk about habitat, do PCAs better, and talk about plague and ferrets. I mean, just super general. I don't know.
The other thing that we could do as a staff to help support this motion is we could, in crafting the packet for the council, is try to be more, try to take this to align this with what you're saying in a more concise way so that it is more concisely readable for
If you
not
can
only
pull this
council but
into
the
a
public. I
one-page
think we
executive
could
summary,
support
that'd be awesome.
this motion with a table or something really nice and concise next to it, so your narrative didn't have to necessarily support it, that we could provide some supporting materials for that.
That would be great. So we would eliminate the bullets then?
Yes.
Would that, okay?
Yep.
And see.
And period after
and
plan.
period after plan, after the master plan.
Yeah.
And so I guess with that, then, on those two bullets that were there, that we had not originally included under the kind of category of grassland plan update, would you like to see those included there?
That would be probably a board conversation, but again, I think what some of us anyway, are trying to do is to make sure that there's a contextual situation for moving ahead with, determining management actions. So that it's not kind of an ad hoc thing. It's got sideboards and guidance and that sort of thing.
Well, so I would say, I believe we have not changed any of the words in the preamble or number 1. So what you read out loud is what is on the screen. But if you could reread number 2, which has changed, I think we'll then have, between the two things you've read, have a complete motion.
So the amended 2, as part of the motion, reads, schedule for a comprehensive review and update of the grassland ecosystem management plan will be detailed through the implementation of the open space and mountain parks master plan.
Okay. So do we have a second?
Sure.
Okay. All right, so why don't we vote on this, unless someone feels the need for further discussion, why don't we vote on this?
Yeah, can I throw something in for discussion? I mean, in general, I was very supportive of staff recommendations, but I have severe reservations about putting time, staff, and money and staff energy into barriers. Barriers are a Band-Aid. And I understand that we feel an obligation to keep prairie dogs off of adjacent land, but are we signing ourselves up for implementing a Band-Aid when we should be doing something else?
Yeah, can we?
You just scroll to the language that's.
No, the other way.
The other way.
Yeah. There. Yeah, thanks.
So I would say that with the barrier recommendations, that's why several of those fell within the modified scale or to be deferred. I think that there probably are some of the recommendations related to the barriers, though, that are pretty intricately linked to our ability to reclaim some of those conflict areas. So whether it's through relocation or another tool of removal, most of those colonies exist in a landscape where prairie dogs will come back if we don't do something to keep them out. And so I think there are instances where, barriers are our best hope of doing that. Even if they're not 100% effective, they're far better than nothing. But I think the ones that you're talking about, kind of the large scale barriers with adjacent neighbors and stuff, certainly were included in the either modified scale or to be deferred.
Yeah.
You okay with that?
How's the rest of the board feel?
Well, my understanding is that barriers are part of a combination of barriers and what's called passive relocation to use on the boundaries of areas where prairie dog towns are moving. And that by closing off burrows and getting those prairie dogs to move back and having the barrier there, that you prevent movement of the prairie dog town into an adjacent property. Have I got that correct?
Yeah, in a handful of cases. So those were the 4 colonies where we thought that would be a good feasible option. Now, on the 8 colonies where we're talking about relocation, barriers do have a role to play on most, if not all of those as well, just in a slightly different way to keep prairie dogs moving across the landscape from reoccupying those colonies. But obviously, the recommendations related to barriers have a huge spectrum of, what that could be, all the way up to that, 22 miles and however many millions of dollars it was. So certainly that point is very well taken about.
Yeah, and specifically the, third or fourth line down in number one, the statement, in evaluating and providing barriers on OSMP lands adjoining high conflict areas with neighboring private lands. To me, that clause speaks to, and let's put barriers anywhere that an adjacent landowner doesn't want our prairie dogs coming on. And I would argue that that's not where we want to be using barriers. We want to do it where, plagues brings the population back, we put in a barrier to keep them from spreading in the future, or something like that. Strategic barrier.
Can we say selectively providing barriers?
So that would be.
Or strategically, like you said?
Okay.
Either strategically or selectively?
So, sorry, I'm trying to figure out where to set up, including taking actions to proactively address 10% of defined conflict areas annually, and strategically.
You could say we're most effective.
Yeah, and
I would
evaluating.
I would keep evaluating.
Okay, evaluating.
Strategically evaluating and providing.
With neighboring private lands, where most effective. That way we're telling staff, don't do this where it's not effective.
Yeah.
Because I think your point is well
So could I just read the recommendation that we had included? Sorry, I didn't have them all memorized. So what it does say on page 33, which is attachment, I believe, B2, is staff recommend that limited funds for barriers be used to address conflicts with city land uses, including agriculture and parks, and that the feasibility of a grant program, funding level to be determined, be investigated to provide a finite amount of barrier cost sharing for private landowners interested in erecting a barrier on their property adjacent to city properties. So that was essentially the modified scale to that recommendation of evaluate and provide barriers on City of Boulder land adjoining high conflict areas on neighboring private lands. That was sort of our modification to that.
I, for one, am much more comfortable with this because it feels much more targeted and is not signing up the department to deploy millions of dollars of barriers. That said, I'm always leery of spinning up a new program anywhere in our city government. I don't know, I keep throwing.
Well, I guess it depends. If you're trying to do something different than the staff recommendation, then, so be it. If what you're trying to do is just follow the staff recommendation but using different words, I guess I would raise the question, should you just say proactively address 10% of defined conflict areas annually and evaluating potential use of barriers consistent with the staff recommendation? Or something like that that just refers back to doesn't appear to be, but.
Rewording, yeah.
Yes.
I'd be much more comfortable with what Tom just stated.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
And again, we'll try to support.
But yeah.
Say it again.
And so in evaluating, just say, get rid of and providing.
Potential use of barriers.
Yeah, evaluating potential use of barriers on OSMP lands adjoining high conflict areas consistent with staff.
Neighboring.
Yeah,
I think we can strike that with neighboring private lands.
Yep, consistent with
Or
staff
where they would be
recommendations.
most effective.
Conflict areas and not adjoining.
consistent with staff recommendations, just fix the spelling on consistent, S-I-T-E-N-T, and then, no, consistent, not constant.
And if you don't mind staff butting in one more time.
Please.
So the select use of barriers would be in conflict areas as defined by our agricultural conflicts as well as adjoining landowners.
Right.
So we may want to define conflict annually and evaluate a potential use of barriers in open space lands in high conflict areas as opposed to adjoining. I don't know.
In instead of adjoining.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Good point. Get rid of adjoining and change it to in. high conflict areas. And then I think you're deleting the phrase "with neighboring private lands" and get rid of the period that's before that.
Oh, no, you want the semicolon.
She'll bring it back.
Yeah. And
Good.
Okay, thank you for
all right.
addressing my
But,
concern.
okay, so, well, you don't, we probably ought to, for the, I don't think you need to reread the preamble or but you probably should reread 1 and 2 so that the motion is clear.
Okay.
But also, does anyone else have any other changes before we subject Dave to that?
Raise again the question of whether we can just do the endorsement of their recommendations. It seems like every time we raise a question, they answer it with language from their report.
Well, it's...
But, and another reason for maybe doing it that way is that then they're going to develop this crisp delineation of what that means. We're just saying we endorse their recommendations, and they're going to develop a briefing paper for council.
As well as the full paper.
A crisp briefing paper.
Crisp.
So what that would mean then, we would go modifying the scale and timing of specific recommendations and then go down to and deferring. So we would delete
I think you'd delete
everything
number 1.
No?
We support the recommendations of.
You mean all of numero?
Yeah. And again, it's your motion.
Oh, I see.
I just think we keep coming back to a general endorsement. Unless we're going to spell out where we disagree on the details of their recommendations.
And, in a sense, I disagreed with some of the details of
Right.
the recommendations, I raised a concern about standing up a new program.
So, and I'm sorry, Tom, to get a little complex here, but I wonder, and I'm responding to Andrea's concern, if we should at least take a look at the other motions that are going to be proposed. Because Andrea's worried that they get crosswise with each other, and I think you may be right.
Okay.
So we've had a second. Do we just not vote till we at least look at the others so that we know?
Well, can we
how they
agree on
fit
the
together?
wording of this before we go on?
That'd be fine, yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with eliminating 1 and 2. Are you?
I think we need the part that's not highlighted. The phased implementation, including the modified scale and timing of specific recommendations and deferring selected Phase 2 recommendations.
And isn't that what their recommendation is, though? Isn't that what
Yeah.
the staff's recommending in their?
It says that's redundant to the previous sentence.
It's kind of hard to say as a reader of the packet.
Well,
It is such a dense
I
packet.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
Well, we probably
So
ought
much work.
to,
Thanks,
so
guys.
maybe we ought to get back to a bit of process here. So it's your motion with a second. Do you want to keep the highlighted?
Let's do this. I would prefer, I guess, to still hang on to 1 and 2, but revise 1 to delete what's highlighted under modifying, and then revise deferring, let's see, to the Phase 2 recommendations.
Period.
Oh, yeah, period. And then just delete the rest of that.
Oh. Yeah.
Assuming that there's a crisp staff.
It will be very crisp.
Yeah. Or crispy.
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 Okay.
Cheapers.
Boy, sorry, Dave.
I'm
so
never doing
skinny.
this
All right,
again.
do you all want to table this motion or vote on it?
I would prefer to table.
I want to table it.
Table it.
let's
Okay, so
Thank you.
we'll fix the Robert's Rules issues in a minute, but let's go on to the next, no, it's fine, we can table this.
I would like Leah to put up the priority list from the, what is it? From the Prairie Dog Working Group and city manager recommendations. The priorities, there you go. Thank you. This is, oh, shoot, where was this referred to? Help.
What are you looking for?
Somewhere.
So it's not really going to be in the packet because it was phase 1, and the packet really deals with.
Okay, this has to do with relocation. And in 2017, the Prairie Dog Working Group recommended these priorities.
Okay.
And in 2018, the city manager and council approved them. And what they say is if we're going to relocate any prairie dogs, the first priority needs to be relocations from public or private land where there's going to be construction. And you don't get down to relocating prairie dogs from open space land on which we want to reduce the population of prairie dogs till, is it 3 or 4? 4. 5. And so I think it's really important, given the emphasis on prairie dog relocation and the specific plans for some prairie dog relocations, to say, we want to amend this priority list, given the current crisis that we're in with prairie dog populations, and say something like,
I think we need a new motion.
Yep.
Okay.
And Karen,
next motion.
Karen, can I, or we interject?
Yeah, Karen, irrigated agricultural land could be handled in number 2.
It's number 2 is trying to.
Okay, but what I'm saying in the draft motion that Leah is going to put up next.
Oh, you've got it on there?
Does she have it, is what you're saying?
Thank you.
Oh, there it is. Oh, that's who the "we" is. It was Karen and Dave working on this. Okay.
It was.
All right.
Because we had all sorts of extra time.
Okay.
On our hands.
All right, go for it.
Do you want to just read it, or there's more down below, right? Can you make that all together? Put it all down on one page. Just drop that down, if you would.
You get that toolbar away so we have more room, but, or maybe smaller text. I don't know. Thanks.
So you're saying that when we're over the 35%, we can't do relocations from any other city property? I don't think that second indented paragraph is what you mean.
It doesn't.
The first indented paragraph says that when prairie dog occupancy on irrigated ag lands exceeds 35%,
we take priority.
Right.
Then OSMP lands take priority.
Right, I think that's clear. The second indented paragraph, when it says, in a sense, could be read to say it's only when we get below 35% that relocations from other city properties or privately owned lands will be considered.
Right.
I don't think that's.
Were you trying
That's
to say?
what I meant.
Right.
It's an absolute priority, is what you're saying.
That's right.
On irrigated ag lands.
Well, it's not just first and highest. You'd be saying it's the only.
Until
That's
that.
until we get lower than 35%. And in the meantime, if there are private lands where, like the Armory, they're on their own.
Okay.
Because OSMP has priority for relocating OSMP prairie dogs on OSMP lands as a top priority.
Irrigated ag lands.
Irrigated ag lands,
Yeah.
right?
Can I ask a clarifying
And
question?
let me give you just a little bit more background about why. The data from the last 3 years, under the other list of priorities that was up last, relocated 152 prairie dogs from the Armory location, relocated 25 prairie dogs from a development site out on Spine Road, 185 from the Diagonal Crossing development site, another 3 from the Armory. So there was a total of 772 prairie dogs located in the last 3 years under that first priority list.
So the idea here is with limited room in receiving sites, we should be prioritizing our own dogs.
Right.
I think it's time for strong statements.
I would second your motion.
And there's another part of it underneath here that you need to read.
That's the post-amble.
You know, I'm not even sure you need that last paragraph. All it's saying is we're going to give priority to relocation from these ag.
But it says there has to be space to relocate them to.
But I think that's covered. I mean, I think that's a given, isn't that, in our policies? No? Sure. You want to, okay.
Well, I mean, you know, maybe it can be simplified as
Space available.
Space available.
On
we
a space
respect-
available basis.
Yeah, you know, something like that. Let's respect that we're not going to exceed capacity somewhere else. I don't know.
Is now a good time for a clarifying question?
Sure. Go, Andy.
I wanted to clarify the 35%. At our current occupancy levels, we aren't there. We're in the low 20s.
Average?
If you look at irrigated land on a system-wide context, we have not exceeded 35%. If you would look at,
No, this is on,
if you would look at an individual leasehold,
maybe it needs to say on irrigated agricultural parcels.
Leaseholdings may be the appropriate term.
Leaseholdings, thank you. Instead of lands,
it's
no,
not
up
below.
above, no.
They're in two places, right?
First line of this, yeah, right there. Leaseholdings.
Well, it has to be in both places, right?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
But is Andy's point that
He's
this was still
taking an
implied.
average for all the irrigated
right.
lands.
Yeah. I'm not
And
sure
I'm
that
talking
language-
about on any specific leaseholding.
Well, then I think you got to say any.
Yes, we're confusing the issue of the aggregate irrigated land across the system as a whole.
Right.
Right.
Compared to, what I think you're saying is if any individual leaseholding.
Right.
Right.
One of them is above 35%. We can't relocate prairie dogs from anywhere else in the city until every irrigated leaseholding on open space gets below 35%, not on an average, but on each and every. That's what you mean, okay.
That's the intention.
So one other clarifying question just about your thoughts on this. If we had a lease holding that was above 35%, but our budget didn't have sufficient money to relocate those prairie dogs, I'm just curious what might happen in that case. Would we just hold off until we had the resources to relocate them, and in
Yeah,
the
'cause we
meantime,
don't wanna
nothing
fill
else
up-
would be happening?
That's the priority for filling up receiving sites.
And maybe, maybe that's implied here, but maybe it has to be stated more explicitly, is that even if we didn't have the money to relocate them to our receiving site, we wouldn't allocate our receiving site to anybody else. I mean, is that what you're thinking?
Mm-hmm.
So that might require another word or two, I don't know.
I'm open to amendments. What do you want to amend?
I think
We
can share microphones. It's cool.
I think it implies that, because the process of relocation requires a receiving site. And so you can't give away the receiving site and say you're still giving priority to that
Right.
irrigated. So I'm glad we thought it through, but I think it's implied.
Okay. There's a pitcher of water right over by Dan. And a question for staff, is lease holdings the right unit at which we should be considering the calculation of 35%? You know, a parcel, north grassland area, like what is the right
Noun.
right unit?
What's the
to
noun?
calculate
I think an
that?
individual leaseholding is appropriate. As an example, we have two leaseholdings that are over 35% and would qualify for this.
That are at 50.
But I do think you have to somehow indicate an individual leaseholding.
Well, that could be done just by adding the word any.
Well, or A, can't you say
Yeah.
on a, or an irrigated agricultural leaseholding?
No, that's not where the and goes. Thanks.
I think it's any. I think that's what we want, right? Because
Yes, on any. I'm okay with on any.
is it an or any? I mean, I think it's a point of strength of statement, right?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, Annie's.
But then in the second indented paragraph, it needs to be different, right?
But I don't do, on the first indented paragraph, you've really got two different things going on here. One is if any irrigated property exceeds 35%, that gets highest priority, okay. And then there's the part about OSMP lands causing conflicts with adjoining private lands. Is that meant to be, I'm not sure the connection between that and the 35%. Those could be.
So the second from is intended to say it is included in the first and highest priority. So in other words, either relocating from irrigated ag land lease holdings or from, conflicts with adjoining private lands. Those are the first and highest priorities.
So that would require taking the causing conflicts with adjoining private lands, moving it up above the, before the comma. However, I'm uncomfortable with doing that because I think it makes things a little more subjective. Just more open to interpretation. If we want something actionable and simple that we can have council to respond to, I think that's irrigated agricultural leaseholdings that exceed this threshold. We need to act, or we need to prioritize ourselves and act on it. And in a lot of cases, those are adjoining private lands and causing conflicts.
Well, we could put the adjoining private lands down in the second indented paragraph.
Let me ask first. We have a maximum of 26% for
Grassland occupancy.
for prairie dog occupancy.
For grassland preserves.
Right, this is irrigated, this is I just think we're confusing the issue here because you're saying if Boulder Valley Ranch's irrigated land is above 35% prairie dog, then the priority is either from that or from Stratton or Brubaker or something which has nothing to do with Boulder Valley Ranch. We're just saying you could take it from there or you could take it from Stratton and Brubaker or anyone who's causing conflicts with their neighbor. And that flips once you get Boulder Valley Ranch below 35%, which it just strikes me as you're merging two quite different things. that the question of whether or not to move prairie dogs from an adjoining land is independent of whether some irrigated parcels above 35%.
Okay,
I would think-
how about if we, I'm going back to one of Andrea's suggestions. If we start the first indented paragraph with the city's first and highest priority.
Right, that's right.
Will be the relocation of prairie dogs from any irrigated ag leaseholding that exceeds 35% prairie dog occupancy.
Well, that's what those sites is, isn't it?
I'm getting rid of the dependent clause in the very beginning.
When prairie dog
Now,
occupancy?
move that phrase that you've got highlighted to the beginning.
No, the city's first and highest priority.
Yeah.
What you're doing, yeah.
From, go all the way to from. Yep, there you go.
It must be getting late.
Yeah.
Good. Put that up, replace when, get rid of when. And put relocation of prairie dogs from any irrigated ag, yeah. No, it's all there. Don't start typing. Highlight prairie dog occupancy. Okay, cut that. From any irrigated ag leaseholding,
Whose prairie dog occupancy,
thank you.
I think that's what you mean.
Yep.
Yes, what do you do with the rest?
And
Leaseholding be whose?
he's the
On
attorney.
which?
On which?
Yeah, that, I think that,
I like on which better too, instead of whose.
or where. Yeah, where, on which. On which? What?
O-N-W-H-I-C-H.
It's getting late.
We good?
We're not done yet.
This is an on which?
Now get rid of these sites and.
So we've got two priorities here. Is that
Yeah.
right? One is when
I
it's
mean,
above
don't you think
35%.
Stratton and Brubaker are priorities?
Well, one of the problems is that for the first clause, you've got a threshold, which is 35%. The second is just
There's
causing
no
conflict.
clause.
It could be one dog.
Yeah.
I mean, that's my only concern here.
Do you happen to know what the occupancy is on Brubaker and Stratton?
An acreage number?
No, occupancy level.
Would it exceed the 35% threshold?
Well, the tenant who has that leasehold is at 48% occupancy. So that same tenant has Brubaker, Stratton, in the Axel St. Johnson complex.
And
All of which are irrigated?
Yes.
And they all exceed 35% occupancy?
That lease, that tenant leases, that's 678 acres. And there are 327 acres of prairie dogs on that leasehold.
So that's exceeding 35% occupancy.
Right.
Okay.
So why don't we put a period after percent?
I agree.
And then move the rest of that paragraph down into the second paragraph where it would be,
No, because I want to include in the first and highest priority both,
Irrigated lands over 35 and
well, you're saying that the Stratton, Brubaker, whatever you named off, are irrigated ag lands that exceed 35%, right?
So we've taken care of that.
That leasehold does exceed 35%.
So that qualifies.
Right.
Okay, all right.
I'm talking about conflicts with adjoining private lands. Andrea's point is well taken, is that there's no real measure for that. And so
Yeah, okay,
that should
so
go
if,
down.
if those properties meet that qualification in the first phrase, in the first example,
Are these
then
private adjoining lands?
no, the occupancy is on the leaseholdings, right?
Yes.
So we can delete after the comma.
Okay.
Maybe Dave was suggesting take the part after the comma and stick it into the bottom paragraph to basically say, we're worried about conflicts with adjoining private lands. But it's my hope and belief that by.
Don't get rid of all that.
Save it.
No, we're going to move. Well,
No, we need to have receiving sites. Don't get rid of the receiving sites part.
Okay. Yeah.
oh, right.
So we're
Delete from the comma up to the to OSMP.
Yep.
There you go.
Can you put that down in as a placeholder in the second paragraph?
Yeah, we.
So the secondary concern is with private lands that are being intruded upon from our land. Is that what you're concerned about?
Correct.
But in this specific case, the private lands that are being intruded upon are being intruded because the adjacent OSMP lands are exceeding
Oh, yeah.
35%.
Yeah. I got
And
that.
So they're
by-
covered, covered in that paragraph now.
Just to be clear, the reason I was suggesting removing that clause is it is my hope and belief that by addressing the irrigated ag lands exceeding that threshold, we will be helping the neighbors.
Right. Right.
Indirectly.
Indirectly.
Yeah.
Well, we'll be helping solve the problem.
When you were looking at the city's priorities, where does that private landowner fall? They may be covered in the city's priorities.
The number one priority in the city's list is if you're going to build something on the property. That's not okay with me.
Yeah, I agree.
That's why I worked on this.
I just wondered if the private landowner who's gotten intruded on from our lands falls in there.
It is in
With
there.
developers with private land
We're
wanting to
gonna
build
be-
something.
I'm sorry.
It is in there. I don't have them in front of me. I think it's maybe priority 4 or something around that level.
But this was your main point. We're going to do.
That's right.
Okay.
But I think we ought to get conflicts with adjoining private lands in the narrative somewhere.
Okay, when 35% occupancy on irrigated agricultural leaseholdings is no longer exceeded,
Right?
and ecological conditions and relocation requirements as defined in the grasslands are met and determined to be feasible by OSMP.
Then I would recommend putting from OSMP lands first in that.
Then relocations from OSMP lands causing conflicts with adjoining private lands.
Relocations from other city properties or privately owned lands will be considered.
Good, that goes up after from. Relocations from, paste in. Great. Okay,
You can get rid of one from.
and from.
From.
Land,
Yeah.
and from. Is that okay?
It requires another comma. And from other city properties or privately owned lands, comma, will be considered, right?
Fine.
Leah, you're a hero. Thanks.
Okay, so do we, it sounds like people would like to see the rest of the package, and then
Yeah.
we'll.
Table this
No,
one.
table this one.
Do we
It
have a
hasn't even been
second, do we have a second on this one?
I second.
Okay. Okay. The other thing that I'm really concerned about is that we need to have some other tools to deal with the overpopulation of prairie dogs on irrigated ag lands.
Leah, is it possible for you to compress that a little so that we can see the entire?
Go down to the bottom 2 paragraphs on this page, if you will.
So this is sort of preamble and.
Yeah, so the 2 main elements are trying to define what an emergency situation is. Because I think we're now in an emergency situation that requires some direct action. And then, so that's what the footnote is trying to define what an emergency situation is. Like you say, putting numbers to it, and having it clearly defined. And then the paragraph above it says what we want to do when there is an emergency situation. So no, just leave it the last 2 paragraphs. Oh, a little bit up further. There you go. Thanks. Good work.
So, yeah, whenever you're comfortable, you ought to just read the motion so that we have that.
The whole thing.
But is your motion starting where emergency situations exist?
Wherever.
No, it starts with the big preamble.
Right, it's the further recommends.
OSBT further recommends to City Council that in order to meet city charter purposes on lands designated for agricultural production, that in specific instances where OSMP agricultural lands are irrigated, prairie dog occupancy must be controlled to minimize or preclude destruction of these lands for agricultural purposes. The OSBT finds that given costs, parentheses, and numbers of prairie dogs to relocate, over a 20 to 30-year period at an annual 10% relocation rate, relocation is not a viable tool to resolve the conflicts on all irrigable agricultural lands. Other less costly options must be considered and pursued immediately. Where a conflict exists between irrigated ag lands and prairie dog occupation, control measures need to be implemented to limit or exclude prairie dogs from these lands. Other management actions ranging from acquisition of sufficient contiguous acreage, having adequate numbers of predators, and/or the periodic return of plague epizootics, or epizootic plague, could address the imbalance, but are improbable due to timing and unpredictability. Where emergency situations exist, OSMP may determine that extraordinary measures need to be implemented immediately. Priority will be given to one of 3 strategies, and these are the 3 that I thought ought to be listed. Live trapping and providing captured animals to licensed predator rehab centers like the Black-Footed Ferret Recovery or Raptor Rehabilitation Centers. 2, use of carbon monoxide, and I'm going to change this based on what Val said, to carbon dioxide.
CO2.
Right, gas application by a licensed and permitted contractor, or providing subsidy payments or other forms of compensation like lease payment adjustments, materials to augment agricultural production like hay, to the leasee to offset losses in productivity until the plague occurs or until prairie dog populations are reduced. And we
You have to read your
and we
star.
can juggle, we can juggle around those 1, 2, 3 if you want, but the definition of emergency situations says, emergency situations are defined as prairie dog populations exceeding 35% occupancy on any designated irrigated leaseholding, which prevent the lessee from sustaining the productivity of the acreage, and which require the lessee to suffer major economic losses with concomitant financial implications for the city. Such emergency declarations, and I think I want to revise this part. Such emergency declarations, and this is not in the draft that you're showing, should be used to reduce prairie dog populations as much as possible, but may only be able to address 100 acres of OSMP lands per year due to limited resources. Emergency situations by definition will supersede management designations in the Grasslands Ecosystem Management Plan and exempt irrigated agricultural lands in specific instances from the city's wildlife ordinance.
Okay, so is there a second for Karen's motion?
We want to revise it first.
Well, just for clarity, your second sentence says priority will be given to one of three. That's a little odd construction. I mean, it could be any of those? Or do you mean you can use any of these three?
I think what we meant was that live trapping and conveying was the preference if possible.
Okay, so it's in this order, is what you're saying.
Maybe it
Okay.
needs to say in this order.
Yeah, so it's one of these three strategies should be used in this order or something like that. I don't know, is that right?
Yeah, something
Okay.
like that.
Okay.
You could say will be implemented.
We need to use the word priority because that's what we're amending, is the list of priorities.
Those priorities from where? Sorry.
From the city manager's list that you looked at before we got to this motion.
Okay, so that may need to be included here, since you're trying to speak to that list
Yeah,
of
I thought I had
priorities.
it up at the top, but I guess I don't.
Yeah, and those were priorities to instances of
The priority for relocation.
right. These are strategies for relocation, not problem areas that'll be given
Right.
priority. So I think I just
Oh,
put
I
a
see what you're
comma
saying.
after be implemented immediately in the following order, or something like that.
Okay.
1, live trapping. 2, 3, Or you could say priority right there, if you like to keep that word, in the following priority. 1, 2, and 3.
So before we do too much more wordsmithing, although I appreciate the strength and us coming out with a statement of we support lethal control, I don't know if we as a board should be going to the level of specificity of saying this is the type of control you can use in this order. I mean, I don't know. It's just, I think what we want to say is, in emergency situations, we support lethal control. And
But there are certain lethal controls we don't support.
okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure I support
And
broadcast poisoning.
for example.
Okay.
And so this was intended to give, clarity again to, okay,
I
here's what
think staff needs the,
do.
So, I guess has this been seconded with the cleanup yet?
I second.
Okay, so then we're just discussing the motion. I won't support the motion. And let me be clear. I would support a motion that directs staff to come back with a proposal addressing lethal control, so that we have a full public hearing with the benefit of staff's expertise on the when, where, how of what would staff propose, and so that the public knows, all right, this is going to be a hearing to address that specific topic. And I'm fine, I think the public, and so I'd be fine with that. There's more of a process-oriented solution of saying, let's talk about this in a very focused way, figure out what staff needs to do to come back to us with what they believe is the right proposal. And I don't mean to judge how you would propose to go about that, but I think you felt to this point like it was sort of kind of off the table. And we'd be saying, we'd like you to specifically put it on the table, but tell us the where, when, and the how, what you would propose. And then the public would have a proposal that they could react to. I feel uncomfortable based on a staff packet that really isn't even about this subject.
Yeah.
Although, I mean, the Daily Camera obviously teed it up and the public correctly understood that, you know, this is going to be a subject of discussion. I'm not, without a lot of back and forth from staff on the what, where, and the when, ready to say, yeah, here's exactly when to do it and how and all of that stuff. I think that's a big step. And I think it's a step that needs some process that comes before it, and that we've, so anyhow, that's where I am.
So you're saying, if I understand, that you would support us making a general statement that we're in an emergency situation. We believe there's a lack of expeditious process to allow for emergency measures, including lethal control, and we would like staff to propose to us a process for that.
Yeah, I think there probably needs to be some what we would normally do is have some outreach and think about, well, what, I don't want to overly process something that we're saying it may be an emergency, but at the same time, I feel like we're potentially taking an enormous step where the sum total of our outreach is an article in the Daily Camera. I don't feel comfortable doing that.
Do you think maybe council is going to do that? I mean, if we said more generally, we think we lack the tools to meet charter purposes right now, given the situation with prairie dogs, and that further methods should be explored and implemented, including lethal control, that would be our recommendation to council.
Yeah, I think I would say and this is not, I'm not crafting a motion, but the concept that I had that I would support, and I don't mean to, if there's 3 votes for this, you know, it's your motion. I don't mean to foreclose that. But what I would have in mind is something along the lines of that at this point, there is a fundamental conflict between our prairie dog policy and at minimum, certain aspects of our agriculture policy, and that one means of resolving that conflict is lethal control, and we would support having an expedited process to explore. I'm not presuming to dictate what the outcome of the process would be, but a process to explore the if, how, and the when to use lethal control in certain limited situations and certain targeted properties. Something along those lines which tees the issue up, and council may say, yeah, that sounds like a good idea, go forth and have that process, or they may say something different. But that is the message I would send to them, is that we think we need to have an expedited process targeted to that issue.
Is it your,
so anyhow, that's...
is it your judgment and staff's judgment that even though we've got this 6-step process, that it is de facto unworkable? Is that something we're saying to council, is that, I mean, it's there,
Well,
well,
I think we're going to get hung up on step 4. We're never going to have enough funding to trap all these animals and get them relocated, so we're going to get stuck at 4. If you really take this very literally, that you must go through all these steps.
Well, 4 is not relocate. 4 is transfer.
Right, but
lethal.
you know, we had the discussion about like probably 75 or 80% of the cost of a relocation operation is the trapping part of it. Okay, so we're not doing a cost savings necessarily by trapping these animals and feeding them to ferrets.
And trapping takes years.
Yeah,
So if it's
We're
an
not saving
emergency-
money, we're not making it happen faster.
Right.
I agree that public process for something this momentous is important. I agree that we should make all efforts to make that process happen quickly. Other members of the community have built a very compelling case that we've reached a point where we need to act. So let's do that in a way that's extremely transparent and people come to the table and have their say.
And I agree. I think your point is well taken. So what would be the steps for us to take currently? Do we withdraw the motion or modify?
Well,
I liked all of Karen's text above what we have on the screen because it basically sets the stage of take us seriously.
And I just want to look ahead. What would we ask council to do? Do we think they have to change the city policy, or do they just, are we asking them to acknowledge?
I would ask council to bless a process, to say, go forth, study this, do your outreach, do what you...
Very religious.
Well, you know what I mean. To do what needs, to say yes. I mean, I think this, could potentially be a highly controversial policy to discuss, but to make sure council's okay, yeah, we support that, or they don't. But to tee up for them that we are specifically asking to undertake a process focused on, implementation of lethal control in certain defined circumstances. And not attempting to define what the circumstances are now, but...
A more aggressive ask would be to say, we believe this is allowable now under city policy, and we have an emergency, and we're proposing to start using lethal control under these guidance, blah, 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 and we'd like to concurrence council. I mean, that's a more aggressive approach.
I would second that, if you want to put those words together.
I'm just worried about process, start a process. I mean, the Prairie Dog Working Group was a process and took...
And the open space master plan is a process.
Yeah.
And we're good at process.
We're good at process.
Kurt, put those words together.
Well, I want the Tom's sense. Would that be too aggressive, saying, well, we've decided this, council? I mean, but I think we should make a strong statement that says, we're in an emergency. We believe this is necessary in order to minimally meet our charter purposes, and we think it's allowable under city policy, and we want you to concur or give us other guidance.
Well, an alternative, I don't mean to argue against, is just to direct staff to seek to obtain a permit. I mean, as I understood Val's point, that has not yet happened.
And
just to force the issue in saying, well, seek a permit. Now, that doesn't dictate the outcome of the permit application.
Right.
I don't know if we're a little concerned about whether we're overstepping our bounds here, but that is another way to do it. That, of course, there would be some process associated with the permit application.
Right.
But I feel like if we were to go that route of saying, is our recommendation, and we can't, all we can do is make recommendations. We recommend that staff submit a permit.
And I would say a programmatic permit. I don't want to submit a permit on one parcel.
Each parcel, yeah.
Yeah, I
Can we
want
give Val just a minute to speak to that?
Welcome back.
Thanks. I've missed you guys back there. That's great. Thanks for having me.
Now we've got a hypothetical.
Yes. No longer hypothetical, we're here.
So yes, on the process, I mean, the way the lethal control permitting process was formulated, and the city does follow the same process on our own properties as private landowners do, is there is a 90-day lag period built into that process to make sure there's a 60-day public comment period where if anyone knows of relocation sites, those could be explored. So certainly by applying or starting that process doesn't mean by any means, you'd be doing lethal control. All lethal control is authorized by the city manager, and she is someone who actually issues those permits. So that is correct, that you could start that process. And that's what you would be doing.
But you feel it's within our authority to recommend, it's only a recommendation, it's within our authority to recommend that, I don't know if it's staff or city manager, but as landowners, open space and mountain parks apply for, we're not going to define exactly in the question, a permit.
Right, so the wildlife ordinance actually states the conditions in which you can consider or we will receive a permit to consider, and there are 3 conditions, and that is 1, development of a site, 2, the prairie dog's presence conflicts with the primary use of that land, or 3, right. And so the prairie dogs are damaging current landscaping or infrastructure, right? So the conditions are there that you could move forward with that process. I think that's what you're asking. Do the conditions exist that would be a viable process to pursue under the umbrella of the wildlife ordinance? And the answer to that question is yes.
And if staff were to apply for a permit, as things exist today, would all of the consideration of whether or not to grant that permit be within the city manager's office, or would we play some role in offering an opinion and offering the public a chance to weigh in on the permit application?
So the way the process is now is there isn't a public comment process in that application process. That's not how it's set up. There is a 60-day public comment period, but that is specifically for anyone who may have a relocation site. So by the nature of applying for lethal control, you're at step number 4. And why those lags were built into the application process for lethal control is we want to make sure everybody knows in the community that we're pursuing this, and that if anyone knows of a relocation site that could bring us back to decision number 3, we would absolutely do that. But there isn't built into the lethal control application process kind of asking boards or asking the public, what do they think?
Okay, that's helpful.
You used the words, we would absolutely do that if they brought us a relocation site, but somebody could come and say, well, the Southern Grassland, put them there. What would we do at that point?
And that is a really important point, because we do have a receiving site in Southern Grasslands that we're planning to use this year and next year to relocate prairie dogs from open space and from the park's Valmont Park development site. So we couldn't say we have no place to put prairie dogs, because we do have places.
We probably have a rough capacity that we've associated with that.
Sure, yep.
This, to me, is again why we need to be doing a programmatic request, not just a parcel. You need to look at the cumulative effects of all these things and treat them as an emergency program with a programmatic goal, not just, I want to deal with this parcel. So I know that might strain a little bit of how the system is used typically, but I think it's the only thing that makes sense. To say we have an emergency on one parcel doesn't begin to capture the magnitude of the problem right now.
Just to clarify, in terms of the way the ordinance is written now, we don't have the ability to process lethal control application in terms of programmatic vision. It would have to be by a parcel, a specific parcel, within our current ordinance.
But could it be 20 parcels?
Yes.
Oh, well, then that gets you pretty much to the programmatic application. Okay, thanks, that's very helpful.
Hey, Val, before you leave, another question. The thing that keeps coming back to me in 3, where the step is relocation is, but what if we're talking about other alternatives, such as, raptor rehab or ferrets? So relocation actually isn't a factor in that. Is that possible under the ordinance?
So the way the ordinance is set up is that you are considering relocation at step number 3 first. So you're exploring the feasibility of relocation on our property anywhere. And once you've deemed there's no spots or relocation is not feasible because no one has a receiving site, then you move down to step number 4, where you would be donating those animals to animal recovery.
And you have to show that there is no receiving site.
Correct.
It's that specific.
Yes.
Or that we've allocated that site to other needs already,
Right.
so it doesn't exist anymore.
I think we should be asking council to open us to an end run. Like.
To open what?
I'm sorry. We've gotten past the 10 PM mark, and so therefore I'm incoherent.
I just didn't hear what word you used.
Yeah. My concerns is that there will be so many ways to back us back down the process, that there could be receiving sites if we're looking on a 20-year time horizon.
Right.
Or, there is a potential for donation to animal recovery programs if funding were available to trap 20,000 prairie dogs on the northern grasslands. And so it's just, I feel like there's just so many little caveats here that, I don't know. Are we going to make it through a permitting process to where in a time horizon of, let's say, 3 years, we could reset the prairie dog population on the northern grasslands? Can we do that with a permit application?
Yeah, I think when you're looking at, are there any relocation receiving sites, you're looking at, are there any within a 12-month period? So, for example, it could be December, and maybe there's none right now, but we expect, theoretically, hypothetically, that there would be one.
Back to the hypothetical.
There would be one in 8 months when the vegetation is ready. And so that would be an example of where you would hold off on lethal control, or maybe that permit wouldn't be granted because there is a real receiving site that is expected to be available within a 12-month period. It's not kind of held in perpetuity, like that there might be a spot someday.
Okay.
It's kind of
So
now.
thank you for bringing in the 12-month thing. But let's, just to pick my ridiculous number, well, slightly ridiculous number, 20,000 prairie dogs. And in 8 months, we'll be able to receive 1,000 of them.
Right.
What happens with the permit at that point?
Right, so if there are no receiving sites, then the next step would be lethal control. So that would be a condition where that would be granted because there's no other receiving site.
Okay, just by the
Well,
volume.
but if there are other receiving sites, but the issue is there are too many prairie dogs that need to be.
Right, so in that case, it would be, so for example, in 2009 with Valmont Park, we had, 450 prairie dogs-ish that had to go because the park was being developed, and we had a site for maybe 350. So we relocated 350, and then we donated 100 to the Black-footed ferret program because we only had a receiving site for part of that.
Okay.
So that's what actually was done in 2009.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I appreciate you adding some detail to this, yeah. Okay, so back to what do we ask council?
Well, it seems to me we either need to do one, either you need to change the ordinance, or you follow the process that is provided in the current ordinance. I would think our recommendation to council, my opinion, would be ought to be one of those two things.
Yep.
If we feel that the ordinance just doesn't work for whatever reason, because the 6-step process is too cumbersome or just is not correctly framed anymore, all right. But that's there's a lot involved in changing an ordinance.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The alternative is to say, comply, we think this situation meets the requirements of the ordinance, and recommend that an application for a permit be submitted, and it, and it goes where, the application goes where it goes.
And I think I would preface it by saying, we think this is an emergency situation. We're establishing the goal of removing prairie dogs from X number of parcels in this amount of time, and we're going to apply for a permit to start this process. So they know where we're going. I mean, they may want to tell us, we don't like your goal, and that would be their prerogative. But I think we don't just say, hey, we're going to apply for a permit. We say what we're trying to achieve by when. And if they want to come back to us with a different option, fine. But in the meantime, we'll try to make the system work, see what happens.
So I guess we probably should ask, as we've been discussing something that you would be doing, do you have a reaction to this?
You guys are hard to read, by the way.
Submitting
Brian.
Poker.
I mean, I think this isn't something that we have spent a whole lot of time thinking through, and I think there's a lot of information in order to define something like what a permit would say and be asking for. I think there's a lot that needs to happen before I would have any idea what the answer to that was. There's a lot of feasibility issues with lethal control as well, and lethal control with barriers so that you're not doing lethal control on the same acre every single year, which I think probably wouldn't be desirable. So, at what scale it's feasible, over what time frame, we'd need to spend some time thinking through before we'd really have a sense of that, I think.
And if we were to propose a sort of process-oriented solution, in such that, we would be engaging in a process with you to come up with a proposal, put you on the spot, do you have a sense of, how many weeks, months it would take to be in a position to hold a public hearing on a specific proposal on something that, but this is conditional on what you would support?
Maybe get a fresh voice here.
Ah.
I don't know, let's go for it.
John's
See where we
getting
land.
ready for this question.
John Potter, Resource and Stewardship Manager. So something like you're talking about, Tom, is not in our work plan. It would be something that would take, probably 6 months or more to put together and find a way, find a time on various, to do a public hearing and come up with a proposal before we did that. So, I think it's a significant ask.
We might be saying we endorse what staff has proposed as an interim strategy, but we think it's insufficient to meet our charter purposes and protect agricultural activities, blah, blah, blah. Therefore, we're requesting staff give us a proposal to achieve this goal over these periods of time. And they can say, well, we could do it in 1 year for $5 million and 3 years for $2 million, whatever. So we're saying we're fine with them going ahead with what they can do under their existing budget, which you've proposed. But then I think we should say we don't think it's sufficient. We don't think we're meeting our charter purposes.
Yeah.
And that's the process-oriented
Right, and therefore
solution.
we're asking for a process proposal.
We're recommending that to council.
Well, that staff give us a proposal.
Yes.
At different scales. 1 year, 1 million.
Well, yeah, you could leave that out of, but the recommendation to council is to support a process that would necessarily be staff-driven, addressed to that issue.
But it would be much more aggressive than what the analysis of the phase 2, the working group.
Clearly, yes.
Does, because we think that's necessary, and we think we need to, et cetera, et cetera. Did you get all that, Leon?
She got
Et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
All right.
She's still smiling.
So before we start crafting, I guess we need to, because we've got a motion and a second, but a very different approach, and we need to first address
Well,
you all need to
Will
decide.
you withdraw the motion?
It's up
or
to
if
you.
wanna-
I
yeah.
mean,
I'm okay with withdrawing the motion. But as long as, we got to be clear, there are actually 3 motions.
yeah, understood. Part-
So far,
Yeah, the withdrawal of the motion is the third.
this motion.
The one we have up. Yeah.
Okay, so,
Wait a minute, don't.
no, don't
Want to
delete.
use some of that language, just don't start deleting.
Please.
So Kurt, do you have a vision that you would like to?
So again, just recapitulating, we're endorsing the staff's recommendations as a starting point. What's our second motion?
That was
That
the
was the
35%.
35%.
Priority for relocating.
Right, the relocation.
I kind of like this. I mean, it's sort of a statement of goal. It's-
Well, we're not, I don't think
This
anybody's
doesn't
proposing
displace
getting
that.
rid of this. We're talking
Right,
about then
right,
what? What do
right.
we do to say,
Okay, so
to
we're gonna-
advance an emergency situation kind of
So
idea?
we've endorsed what the staff said. Number 2 is to change city policy. That's yours, okay? And then number 3 is asking for a program defined by staff that takes a much more aggressive approach to clearing irrigated agricultural lands,
Clearing is your word?
clearing
Well-
them of prairie dogs.
Are we clearing? Are we bringing them below 35%? What?
I guess we're bringing them back into the condition we conveyed them in the lease.
Whoa.
Well, I mean, that was part of the contract. And I don't know that we have.
I don't know, we've gone from a process-oriented solution to defining a very particular outcome
Well-
that may not be.
Right, but I mean, we
May
got
not
to
be the
tell
right-
staff what we're shooting for, what we think
Yeah.
we should be shooting for. And I know that's not easy, but I wouldn't want to be sitting over there and have us just wave our hands and say, bring us a rock. And we'll look at it.
Heather smiled.
She's like, I can do a rock much more easily than what you're about to propose.
I think council will be very sympathetic to the idea that we feel we put our agricultural lessees in a very disadvantaged position.
Well, and we're not fulfilling the charter purpose
Absolutely,
of having productive ag lands.
right. And yet we can't dump them all into our grasslands, so what are we going to do? And we're saying we have a crisis situation, and it's going to take aggressive action. We're asking staff to give us action targeted at returning irrigated ag lands on open space property to,
Enabling it to be sustainably productive.
ooh, I like that word, sustainably productive, within, and I'd ask staff to give us a, like a 2-year and a 3-year and a 4-year plan or something like that. In some ways, we're just informing council right now that we've asked staff to do this.
And I think we can use slightly vague language such as a short time horizon,
Meaningful, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not going to be meaningful if these people have already given up their lease and moved to Nebraska, as somebody said. A fate worse than.
You can see the desperate measures that.
The death knell.
You got some corn huskers here. You be careful, Kurt.
All right.
I'm working on it, though.
Yeah, Tom's working on
No, keep this.
Possibly. Okay, to buy Tom some time, in hopes that we can use the first 2 paragraphs here. In the second paragraph, third line, sentence ending in to resolve the conflicts on all irrigable agricultural lands on a short time horizon. I don't know, I feel like we needed to start inserting language about this happens quickly.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the less costly options must be considered and pursued immediately. I assume those are the things that are in the staff's proposal already, because they're within budget.
No.
I don't think what Karen implied for that sentence is referenced at all in the packet.
No,
Okay.
I don't think so either.
It may be less about less costly and about more effective?
Large scale.
And large
Less
scale.
Less costly and larger scale options.
Well, I think we're looking for more effective options, aren't we?
What is effective? in
Well,
terms of-
but less costly, 7.3 is a lot of money, so
Maybe we can just strike that whole last sentence.
maybe we could, yeah.
All right, well, I'm not exactly sure the current state of the existing motion, but I think it may have been tabled. So I'll move that, I'm going to keep this very simple, move that OSBT make, and you don't have to write this, I'll just read it, make the following statement to council. 1, prairie dog levels on certain OSMP agricultural properties, and especially on irrigated areas within those properties, have created a conflict between the city's prairie dog and agricultural policies. That conflict cannot be solved through relocation of the prairie dogs from those properties. 2, we support commencing an expedited OSMP-led process with appropriate outreach to evaluate whether, where, and how to use lethal control to address that conflict.
It's a darn good start.
So, I know, so since I've made a motion,
Go ahead.
I probably should get you to, yeah, okay. So let me know.
While you're doing that, think about what you would want to add. You said it was a start, so I'm going to ask you a question when they're done.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Okay, so I move that OSBT make the following statement to council. 1, prairie dog levels.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, don't worry about it.
Bathroom while you guys do that.
On certain OSMP agricultural properties. On certain specific OSMP agricultural properties. Comma, and especially on irrigated areas within those properties, comma, have created a conflict between the city's prairie dog and agricultural policies. Period. That conflict cannot be solved through relocation of the prairie dogs from those properties. Period. Accordingly, comma, we recommend commencing an expedited, an expedited OSMP hyphen-led process, comma, with appropriate outreach, comma, to evaluate whether, comma, where, comma, and how to use lethal control to address that conflict.
Would you entertain putting the word serious in front of conflict? Have created
Certainly.
serious conflict? Okay. You've used words certain, specific. That makes it sound like it's one or two to me. Can we?
Numerous? Okay. And then you can get rid of the one, since it's now all with just ones, get rid of that. And then on numerous, I'm fine with.
Instead of certain.
Instead of certain specific, we just say numerous.
Then.
And you drop specific. Does it capture everything to just say on numerous OSMP irrigated agricultural properties, and then you don't have to go on and say especially those that are irrigated, blah, blah, blah? Or am I?
Well, I guess that's a question for us is, do we want to consider this, just start with just irrigated properties?
That was the intent.
Okay, I'm fine with that. On numerous OSMP irrigated agricultural properties, and then get rid of the clause with the two, set off by the two commas.
To me, in addition to the conflict between the policies, the other reason is that there's no way we can meet the charter purposes. The conflict between the city prairie dog and agricultural policies and between charter purposes, OSMP charter purposes. Because we cannot provide, like the charter says,
So maybe after agricultural policy.
sustainable agricultural production and
Meet charter purposes or all of our charter purposes?
So after policies, maybe comma, and prevent OSMP from fully meeting charter purposes.
that's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hardwired. All right, so do we have a second?
We say that
Almost.
conflict
Yeah.
cannot be solved through relocation. Well, it could if we could take them some, what if we said it is infeasible to address this problem through relocation? That implies that they're practical and logistical and so.
So it is infeasible to address that conflict or this
Yeah, this problem,
fine.
or these problems. Because there's two things, charter purposes and conflict with policies.
Good, okay. To address these problems, just problems plural.
Through relocation alone?
Yeah.
Because it probably would be a combination.
Only relocation or
Yes.
something like that.
Yeah.
And then strike the rest of the sentence.
Relocation of the prairie dogs alone.
Relocation.
So how would you word that?
Address these problems only by relocating. Only.
Okay.
It's infeasible to address these problems.
Only by relocating.
That's
the prairie
fine.
dog. Because relocation alone, that means
Yep.
that relocation and alone don't go together. You're alone if you're by yourself.
Oh, well.
Do we go the farther
Only
step
by.
to say it's infeasible to address these problems only by non-lethal means? Because I think that's
Yeah,
what we're
I'm
concluding.
concerned that it
Can't do it
singles
with
out
barriers.
relocating. because it's relocating.
Okay, I agree. No, only by,
Okay. Only by
it
non-lethal.
is infeasible to address these problems only by non-lethal means.
Yep. Yes.
Period, yeah.
And since this is, is there anything that staff would like, well, we're giving you some specific direction about outreach and, I mean, this is a heavy lift, but are there particular things that you'd say, well, you really got to give us clarity on something?
Leaking.
It might be.
I think there's enough flexibility in there to come back to. I mean, I personally like the idea we've introduced a process. I think that was a really good idea. As much as I know we were just handed a big lift, I do support the idea of a process when it comes to this issue. And I think we can, if council endorses this recommendation, I think we can come back and give you what you're looking for.
And I'm assuming it's not necessary for us to say that this is separate from the master plan process, that everybody understands we're not proposing to fold this into the master plan.
I don't think.
Yeah, I think that was just related to updating the grass.
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
everything else is sort of on its own
Okay.
track.
All right, so
So what of the rest of all of this is still in play?
Can I go back to Dan and ask another quick question? When you finished what you just said, in your mind's eye, you were thinking what time frame?
Karen, I would honestly want to consult with John and Heather and Andy. Like John said, our work plan is set, so things are going to have to be shifted.
Yep.
We obviously feel, as everyone else does in this room, that this is an important issue. So we're not going to come back to you and say, hey, we'll be back in 3 years. It's, we understand what the brevity here, but at the same time, I would be really reluctant at this point to give you a time frame. May 8th is our next board meeting. May 7th, as it's scheduled now, council could act on this, so there'll be a staff update, and at which time we may be able to help answer that question of time frame, if that would be reasonable.
Yeah, and you may get that question from council anyhow.
Right, yeah, we may want to think about that sooner than later.
I would propose an amendment to the, again, I have a concern about inserting a clause about time. So I propose that the middle sentence, it is infeasible to address these problems by only non-lethal means in a
timely fashion.
In a timely fashion.
Got it.
Good point.
Good.
Okay.
Thank you.
I mean, it was certainly, obviously open, because we've been collectively editing this, so obviously we're open to all kinds of suggestions, but it was my intention that that paragraph be the motion. That just say, this is a process, and, we could, of course, bring to council's attention all sorts of facts that support the first sentence, but my sense was, between the staff memo and our statement, and other things, that it's not necessary for us to craft all of the other background that leads us to say what we're saying in the first sentence.
Would you still retain the first motion endorsing the staff recommendation?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
This is just, I just meant deleting everything below it, but I recognize a lot of work went into that, and I don't want to be disrespectful of the work that went into crafting everything else. But I was trying to capture in one very short thing, boom, let's do a process.
Do we need to modify the last state, or the ending of the motion, which that serious conflict? It feels kind of vague at this point. Is it better stated as, and how to use lethal control to address, or how to use lethal control to minimize or preclude destruction of irrigated lands for agricultural purposes?
Pretty good.
So do you see where I did that, Leah? I kind of took to,
Yeah, okay.
and
And then just go down to the last.
yeah, all the language is at the end of the next paragraph. We can find it.
There you go.
There you go.
So these lands would become irrigated lands to minimize or preclude destruction of irrigated lands. Yes, because we're talking about irrigated?
The other way is just to flip it by saying to restore these lands to.
Okay.
But
But we're going to quickly start getting to be too prescriptive in the outcome.
I'm fine.
I think that's fine.
Well,
That
okay.
gives the reason for the urgency, though.
Yeah, the reason for the urgency, but I really like that we're going, you said earlier, going back to restoring the land to how the lease was written.
To
I mean,
full
that-
productivity or something like that.
Right, well, but we're not committing to that. I mean, if
okay.
only if they got one prairie dog,
Okay.
we're not going
Okay.
to.
So you could say to minimize loss of agricultural productivity? Is that sufficiently vague? That's our goal?
So it should just be whether, where, and how to use lethal control on prairie dog populations on agricultural lands, or something like that. No?
I think we're just making this more
Okay,
complicated. I
all
just
right.
go back to
Go back, sorry.
use lethal control to address these problems. I think it's clear from the preceding two sentences what the problems are, and I don't think trying to come up with synonyms, anyhow.
It's your motion.
Okay, so that's my motion.
Okay.
Do I get a second?
I will second it.
Okay, so are there any other motions? I know we've got a, now we've got a
Do you still have a
package.
motion, a more
No,
motion?
go
Okay.
for it.
I propose we vote on these in reverse order.
No.
I have one motion that I think
Oh.
it fits in with all of this, and we can say, well, it's all implied anyway.
Oh.
It's about money and staff. So I really think it will require a supplemental budget. And I think putting council, making them aware that we think that's required
Yep.
goes with all these other things.
I think it's a necessary fourth motion. And I will second it.
I mean, you could say just more money, more staff, but
But I would start friendly amendment instead of we believe. Further, OSBT recommends to council
however,
instead of believe.
okay.
It's not quite right.
Now, we could ask these folks what we think about messing with their budget.
And their FTEs.
Yeah.
You have any thoughts? Yeah. I mean, we just, if it goes through, we would just ask for another lift, the planning lift that wasn't part of the work plan. I think it's needed.
I don't know how you can do any of the work that we're talking about.
Well, I'm just looking at the words expedited fashion.
Yeah.
If that is an expectation, some of what has come out in our report is that, given our capacities and our 30% budget reduction, is we can only make so much incremental progress. I mean, that's the reality we had to portray.
And if this is really an emergency situation where we're losing ag lands, we can't wait for a strung out.
Is it really true that, I mean, we have many millions of dollars in our contingency reserve. We're making a pretty extraordinary request to council to say that, we need money above and beyond the normal, sales tax and other revenues that we have.
Our reserve is set aside just like the county's or the city as a whole's reserve in order to be able to react to the next crisis beyond the prairie dog. I mean, the flood type of situation is why we kind of implemented that, because we now know over the course of the 5 years of what that costs the organization. And so that reserve is really in place for those purposes. To carry out a more expanded, robust programmatic area, I mean, it would be, other people may have different opinions, but that would be something we weren't expecting to use the reserves for. The carryover is primarily, acquisition related, and that is tied to ongoing negotiations that we currently have that we think there may be an opportunity in the near term to take advantage of. So those would be the two areas that, others may point to that we would have the funding, but.
And council could come back and say, no, we don't want you to make any more acquisitions until we solve this problem. I mean, they could. But we're making our statement that we think this is a reasonable approach.
This is the first time we've used the word crisis.
Yeah.
We've used problem, conflict, other words.
Emergency? Well, no, emergency got eliminated.
Emergency,
Yeah.
So it may be, I don't know, my preference would be rather than call it a crisis, it's prairie dog management.
Needs to be strong.
We don't want to oversell things. I agree, but I do think, next to the flood, this is about the biggest crisis that open space has faced in quite a while. A situation is out of control right now, and we lack the ability to control it. And it threatens a charter purpose, it threatens fiduciary responsibilities that we have. That seems like a crisis.
Well, I think your motion says what it seeks to say. And so do we have a second?
Yeah, I seconded it.
Okay. All right. So
I'm just wondering about the second sentence. If we're eliminating the believe from the first sentence, should we eliminate the believe from the second sentence?
We can.
We also recommend that
Yes. Yeah.
the addition of a full-time.
You could just make it simple, the next 3 to 4 years, comma, and that a sufficient program requires.
Yeah, that's simple.
Yeah.
And that's what we would probably use the additional funding for.
No, delete. Leah, don't keep typing. It's right there. Yep.
Yeah, sorry, just to link it. Thank you.
There. Good. Thanks.
You'll need to put requires.
Requires,
There you go.
yeah.
You got it. Should I read that?
Sure.
I move that OSBT recommends to council that addressing the prairie dog crisis in an expedited fashion will require a request for a supplemental budget allocation to OSMP for the next 3 to 4 years, and that a sufficient program requires the hiring of an additional FTE to coordinate all OSMP prairie dog management and conservation activities.
Right. And I think I heard you not use the word will, but said requires?
Yes.
An
get
expedition
rid of-
fashion requires?
Thank you.
Thanks.
That is exactly what you heard me say.
Okay, so you've seconded, and is any objection to just taking these in reverse order? We got to take them in some order.
That's fine.
Okay, so all in favor of Kurt's motion? Okay, so that's unanimous. Then scroll back. Yeah,
Just go through, whiz through all that.
so,
Thanks for working so hard.
right, okay, so.
Takes a long time to think.
So I move that the OSBT make the following statement to council, prairie dog levels on numerous OSMP irrigated agricultural properties have created a conflict between the city prairie dog and agricultural policies and prevent OSMP from fully meeting charter purposes. It is infeasible to address these problems only by non-lethal means in a timely fashion. Accordingly, we recommend commencing an expedited OSMP-led process with appropriate outreach to evaluate whether, where, and how to use lethal control to address these problems.
And I'll second.
Okay, then all in favor of that motion? All right. I think we're now on yours. No, this is Karen's, sorry.
I move that OSBT recommend to council in order to meet city charter purposes on lands designated for agricultural production, the following amendment to the priorities for relocating black-tailed prairie dogs proposed in the 2017 Prairie Dog Working Group Phase 1 report presented to and accepted by the city manager in 2018. And then the amendment is the indented part. The city's first and highest priority will be relocation of prairie dogs from any irrigated agricultural lease holdings on which prairie dog occupancy exceeds 35% to OSMP receiving sites identified in the Grasslands Ecosystem Management Plan. When 35% occupancy on irrigated agricultural lease holdings is no longer exceeded and ecological conditions and relocation requirements as defined in the Grasslands Ecosystem Management Plan are met and determined to be feasible by OSMP, relocations from OSMP lands causing conflicts with adjoining private lands and from other city properties or privately owned lands will be considered. Relocation is contingent upon the evaluation of the capacity of identified sites on OSMP lands to receive additional prairie dogs. When OSMP determines that identified receiving sites are full or at capacity, no additional prairie dog relocations will be accepted in order to maintain the ecological condition of the land and the health of the prairie dog colonies.
I would like to second with a very tiny friendly amendment.
Okay.
In your first indented paragraph, I believe it needs to state the city's first and highest priority will be the relocation of prairie dogs from any OSMP.
Oh, good.
Irrigated agricultural
lease holdings.
Just to
Yep.
be explicit.
Good.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, with that friendly amendment in your second, all in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. And one more. Yeah.
OSBT supports the protection and preservation of high-quality, ecologically viable native grassland ecosystems using management and, Whoa, and restoration to achieve the long-term health and biodiversity of the natural communities that characterize the Boulder Valley. To achieve this end, we focus on the varied and complex components of the natural communities rather than management of single species. Further, OSBT supports protecting and wisely using the city's historic water rights on OSMP lands to preserve water resources and agricultural production as defined in the city charter. OSBT supports the OSMP staff recommendation in the April 10, 2019 memo to the OSBT Prairie Dog Working Group Phase 2 recommendation update with staff analysis, phasing, and preliminary implications of implementation, and recommends to City Council the following. Phased implementation of the Prairie Dog Working Group Phase 2, including modifying the scale and timing of specific recommendations and deferring selected Phase 2 recommendations. 2, schedule for a comprehensive review and update of the Grassland Ecosystem Management Plan will be detailed through the implementation of the OSMP master plan.
Do you need recommendations after Phase 2 in item 1 there? Phased implementation of the Prairie Dog Working Group, Phase 2 recommendations? Or, no, not that one, I don't
Yeah.
change that
Other
one.
one.
But right after Phase 2 in the first line of number 1.
It's actually the report.
Oh. Phased
No recommendation.
No, that's the title of
That's the title of the memo.
that's the title of our memo.
So you're talking about one, Kurt?
I was talking about 1, phased implementation of the Prairie Dog Working Group, Phase 2 recommendations.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I think that is needed.
And after the number 2, I would put the schedule.
Oh, item 2, gotcha.
Yeah. For a comprehensive review. Okay?
Are you still seconding then?
Yes.
Okay, all in favor? All right.
Is there an order these should be in?
I think the order they're in, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes.
Right.
Perfect. That's just what I was thinking.
Right. The order in which they're on the screen, which would be reverse of the order in which we passed them. All right. Do you have any questions or anything that you want to ask of us while we're all here?
You can
On
curse
this.
our names too.
No, you
Totally
can, right.
Regarding this.
Yes, yes.
Is that all perfect?
No, I think we're good to go.
Okay,
Tom, I have a question.
okay.
No sweat.
Go ahead.
So now that we've passed these amendments, or these motions, what, are they going to be included in the staff presentation to council, or how are they going to be conveyed?
We will powwow and figure that out. They certainly will be included in the packet
Okay,
and likely discussed with council, given what's contained in them.
okay.
We will probably be looking for some guidance from the city manager on how best to do that.
And also note that because you went first chronologically, your recommendation will be, and then any statements that the other 2 boards want to make would sort of probably make up an attachment.
Right.
And make it all 3 boards.
Great.
Well, and we heard about some crisp,
Concise.
Concise.
I can't promise the paper will be crisp, but the wording will be concise.
okay. So there will be some surround.
We'll do our best to make this
Got it.
legible.
All right. So that completes that item.
Thank you, Andy, Heather, appreciate it.
Yes, thank you.
You guys are awesome.
All of you.
So under matters from the board, I think with Darren's help, we're going to do a very quick process committee update. It's late, and I don't want to belabor any details. But just as a quick update, the process committee met last week on April 2nd. Karen and I were there for the board. Mary Young and Aaron Brockett were there for city council. There was a review of the March 18th workshop and the micro engagements that have occurred. I think the overwhelming view was that this has all been a successful process, that those went well, achieved their objectives, and that, you know, we are in good shape to continue moving down the path that we're on. Those did not result in any sort of course corrections or go back 2 steps or anything like that. I think it was all sort of positive reactions to what happened there. The online survey is now closed. We got 1,900 responses out of the 6,000. No, I don't want to mess up numbers.
So the, sorry, the online survey was available to the general public, and we got 1,900 responses to that. The statistical survey that we mailed to 6,000 households is still out. We're accepting mailed responses to that through the 16th. As of last week, we had a 16% response rate, so we're, of course, hoping for more and expect more.
What does it take to, what level do we have to be at for it to be statistically significant?
So it depends on the level of confidence. So it actually is significant already, just depends on your, again, level of confidence.
Okay, gotcha.
And can you give us a clue of when, I'm thinking specifically of the prairie dog questions in there, we might gain access to the results of those when?
So we will make that particular question available to staff to support their work with council on that. The full report will be shared with the board and the public on May 8th, and we'll have our survey consultant here as part of that presentation to answer any questions.
But it might be provided to council on the 7th, is that what you're saying?
That particular question, yes, yep.
Excellent.
Yep.
Okay. Leah, can you bring up the schedule slide? The one I said would be the first. There. All right. So in terms of where we go from here, so tomorrow the packet goes out for our study session. The study session's April 17th at the Hub. We begin at 5:30, not 6. And I don't know that we need to, go in any detail about the substance of that. It'll be in the packet. I may have a couple comments in a minute, but obviously, broadly speaking, we're going to be talking about financial sustainability issues, and we're also doing the acquisitions update as well as part of that. But that's entirely a study.
That's tentatively the plan.
Yeah. All right. Then, so, no, don't go away from the schedule. Thanks, Leah. So then our next monthly meeting, May 8th, there'll be a presentation from staff. As you can see, there's then a information packet to council and an informal briefing on the survey findings. And I believe the plan is that between May 9th and May 14th, between those two dates, staff will be available for sort of chats with board members on what's learned in the survey and other master plan issues. So there's might make a note, May 9th to 14th is an anticipated window for people to get together with staff and go over questions they have that may go beyond what you'd want to cover in a board meeting.
And for clarity, do we need to make appointments for those, or will you give time windows? Or
Yeah, thanks, Karen. I was just going to ask if I could get just a general sense of whether you think you might be interested in that, in which case we could go ahead and schedule kind of a couple of windows that might work and try and stagger those.
And those would be 2 or less, is that correct?
Yeah.
Just for open meeting laws, so.
Yep. So yes, that sounds like there would be interest, so go ahead and do that. Okay, all right, so we will do that.
Okay.
Because it pertains to schedule, I will not be attending the May 8th meeting.
That one will be here in council chambers, so it'll be televised if you're interested in watching.
I'll watch it from DC.
All right, so then so obviously on May 20th, so the draft plan is to go out on May 20th, and that is the complete plan with all focus areas. And then there'll be an online form for people to comment, and which you can, then the plan is to have 2 or 3 sessions with the master plan team at which the public can sort of drop in and comment through that. So both online comments and in-person comments. Then we've obviously got our June 11th joint study session with council. The next day, our study session of our own. And so want to make sure people know that the July 31st
is scheduled here in chambers.
That is set.
It is set here in chambers.
And that is just for the public, make sure the public knows, that is a meeting, not a study session.
Correct.
There may be.
The only agenda item that we foresee is going to be holding the public hearing and then formulating an OSBT recommendation on the master plan.
Right. And
so if I could just say, that doesn't preclude, we still would be holding a regular meeting on July 10th.
Right. The key thing is that for the public, the July 10th meeting is they won't have received the revised draft plan yet, so they're free to comment, of course, but the vision is that with the benefit of the revised draft plan, the July 31st meeting would be the one that really focuses intensely on public comment and our discussions. Then the next day, it goes to the planning board, and then as you can see, to council. So, any questions on any of that?
Will we get a copy of that?
Yeah, I'd love to have this PowerPoint.
Oh, sure.
We can certainly share that PowerPoint, but those dates are also in the packet that you'll get tomorrow as part of the study session.
Okay, thanks.
I probably should just cover because it was important. Could you go to the next slide that we discussed? Don't worry about that one. Go to the next one. That one. So there. Do you want to just take this one?
Sure. Yes. Thank you, Tom. So you might, Dave, for your benefit, at the last board meeting, we brought some initial ideas from staff about revising the planning framework. And part of that is motivated by an interest in moving away from trail study area planning to area planning, where we're looking more evenly across charter purposes. There was enough interest from the board at that meeting that we decided to suggest that rather than making initial decisions about that, either within the current master plan or outside of that, just to say, rather we have a strategy now proposed, an additional strategy within financial sustainability around the intention to update the planning framework and to finalize that in further consultation with the board next year. And so that will be something for your consideration and discussion next week.
Okay. That's probably, anything else you think we ought to cover? Because I think anything else about the prioritization will be covered in the packet that people will be getting momentarily. It's almost tomorrow. Okay.
So what do we do tonight when we go? Have a pack.
All right.
We can rewatch this meeting.
We'll be out just like that.
So, thank you, Darren.
Yes. Thank you, Tom.
Then
Darren.
we have no public meetings to notice. Everything else has already been noticed. And does anyone have any other matters from the board that they would like to bring up? I don't want to preclude anyone.
I just have a quick question for transparency. The joint OSMP, Boulder County, Open Space, CU, Center for Sustainable Landscapes and Communities prescribed burn field trip this weekend, that's the kind of thing we don't need to notice if there are.
I think that's correct. Steve's got our interpreter on this, and he's got a pretty good, he's got it down.
That's correct, because it's not necessarily sponsored as a city policy or management type meeting. It is kind of co-sponsored by multiple agencies, multiple organizations.
All right. Anything from anyone else? All right. We're adjourned.
Thank you.
Good job, team.
Live from Paris, Centre France 24.